After going home and eating dinner, I head out to resume my search for the last Kimijima report. I did reply to the Twippos today, right? Yeah. Okay, just double checking. Keiji Ni dropped some surprising info into my lap, so I hit up Uchu Gaoka Park.
確かになかったよ。
The second floor of the old local hall. I exit the building and click my tongue. What was the info that Geiji Ni gave me? She told me that the AR annotation for Kimijima Report number 1 had vanished. When I accidentally got my hands on report number 1, I returned the original data to the old local hall. After that, whenever I swung by the park, I would check to make sure the AR annotation was still there. It remained in place even after the IRUO maintenance last month. But now it's gone.
君島レポートナンバー1はパスワードを入力しないとダウンロードできなかったんじゃ。
その通りです。
Geiji Ni answers in her usual mechanical tone. On Christmas Eve, Irie and Geiji Ni found themselves on the verge of being erased during IRUO maintenance. Yet Geiji Ni remains, memory still intact. Unfortunately, Irie hasn't appeared once since then.
誰がダウンロードしたか当然ゲジネーなら把握してるよね。
はい。レポートナンバー1のオリジナルデータを現在持っているのはイレイさんです。
Irie-san. Mizuka Irie?
待った、水香さんはポケコンを持ってなかったはずだ。どうやって AR アノテーションを見てパスワードを打ち込んだ。
少なくとも今日パスワードを入力した時のイレイさんはポケコンを所持していました。
前みたいにミッチーから借りたか。
I attempt to give him a call, but after he answers in a drunk stupor, I immediately hang up. Looks like that's not the case.
家族に借りた可能性、新しく買った可能性、実はずっと持っていたけど誰にも教えなかった可能性、いろいろあるな。で、ヒルンハンドってパスワードを水香さんに教えたのは誰？
When I talked to her about the reports before, I'm pretty sure I never told her the password.
不明です。少なくともゲジネーはイレイさんに対し情報提供をした記録はありません。アイリについては不明。10年以上前からイレイさんとアイリとは接触があったようですので、その時に聞いた可能性はあります。
なるほど、そっちか。
ただしイレイさんはこれまでにも君島レポートナンバー1のパスワード入力を試みており、その数は計36回となります。
36回入力して35回は失敗したってこと？
はい。そのことを考えると自力で解析したと見るのも妥当かと。
When I first asked Mizuka-san about Irie, she already knew of the reports. She also didn't seem too fond of her. When I was learning how to surf last month, Mizuka-san never once spoke to Irie, yet they both said that they met each other in the past. What kind of connection do they share? It's then that I realized that Misani's face has appeared in the back of my mind, leaving me horrified. Yeah, Misani and Mizuka-san are best friends. Akiho and I can barely get in touch with Misani, but she still goes out of her way to talk to Mizuka-san. But who cares? Why am I associating Misani with any of this? Am I actually suspicious of her?
いや、疑ってるって何を疑うわけ？
A few possibilities come to mind, but they're all so unrealistic that I can't help but laugh.
何にせよ水香さんと話す必要があるね。
It's already past 10 at night, so the store is closed. It's probably pointless to call now. I don't know any other way to contact Mizuka-san, so I have no choice but to go to her directly. I just hope she's there. I exit the store and can't help but sigh. Test operation again today? Where did Kai go? He was just here. I just found an illustration of Tanigashima and Yakushima personified, and what is this? Popular Yakushima has World Heritage branded on its bottom, and jealous Tanigashima goes on the attack. They really get me. Yakushima is tsundere alright. I get it. They're going to cuddle with Tanigashima. Guess you need me. Tanigashima gets all flustered. I want to read a thin book about it. I don't know what's going on, but come to the hangar. Testing's about to begin. I was just getting heated up, but club activities got in my way. Wall punch. It's almost graduation. I didn't think I would be operating a robot around this time, but this feels right. Getting over it is important. Maybe you are becoming one of us, one of us, one of us, one of us. Mizuko-san wasn't there. Her mom was at the register and told me that she went out for the day. I asked her if there's any way to get in touch with her, but got a note for my troubles. I guess she's been keeping her phone droid a secret from her folks, too. Mizuka-san, what exactly are you trying to do? Are you just curious about the Kimijima reports and trying to collect them like me? That would be the best case scenario. That reminds me, when I asked her to coach me at surfing, she said something kinda strange when we finished.
あんまり妙なことに首突っ込むんじゃないよ。取り返しがつかないことになる前に引くことを覚えな。一人で抱え込むなんてもってのほかだ。でないと戻れなくなるよ。
Mizuka-san knew that I was searching for the Kimijima reports, yet she took report number 1 without saying a word to me. Is she hiding something? But please be careful. If they learn that you're reading these, you're as good as dead. I think back on the warning in Kimijima report number 6 and shudder. I can't help but look around. It's then that I realize my throat is parched. I open the fruit sour melon I just bought and gulp it down. I'm overthinking this. This sort of paranoia is common for hardcore conspiracy theorists. I want to believe that, but I can't. The contents of the Kimijima reports are no conspiracies. Considering the events that occurred over the last half a year, I know it's all true. If I keep telling myself it's just paranoia, I'll trip up trying to escape reality. There'll be no turning back. But either way, I want to know where Mizuka-san is. Not knowing is making me feel extremely uncomfortable. Annoyed, even. I should probably give up on going to club today. I doubt it's going to happen, but there's still a chance I could be attacked by someone, which means I should search for report number 7 on my own. If I run around the island, I also might bump into Mizuka-san too. I have no clue where the last report is. I'm just going to have to wander about and hope I get lucky. It's a fact that the AR annotation is located somewhere on the island. Where are we going to go to search for it? we going to go to search for it? Kado Kuramisaki. This is Cape Kadokura. Could the Kimijima report be here? Kai ditching at a time like this. I'll make June the official operator if this continues. Getting used to operating. At least I'm no longer nervous. And Model 2-chan might be kind of cute. Am I the only one who thinks this? Rather than being mad at me ditching, you should compliment Jun-chan's progress. Kimijima Report number 7, the final report. So this is where he hid it. There's a small mark on Cape Kadokura with a monument. It commemorates the arrival of firearms on the island. In the back is a sad-looking gate and an unattached shrine. There's a viewing platform built for tourists, but there's not much to see, so the foot traffic is low. I never thought I would find it today.
君島レポートナンバー7のダウンロードを開始します。
待ったちょっと待った
I hurriedly stopped gauging me.
ゲジネ聞きたいんだけどこの7つ目を解放すればその情報は世界に向けて発信されるそうでしょ
That's what was written at the end of report number 6. Report number 7 is the key to distributing the reports worldwide. This terrifying info that only I have access to on Tanegashima will be spread everywhere through IRUO.
それってどのタイミングで拡散されるわけこいつをダウンロードしたらそれとももっと別のタイミング
ダウンロード後にアプリを起動することでそれが実行されると考えるのが妥当です。
ああそうじゃあとりあえずダウンロード開始
はい。
Now what should I do? I still haven't really figured that out. I did lots of pondering over it, but I don't have an answer today. Kimijima Report number 7 is now in my hands. Is that okay? Is it really okay to release this stuff to the public? Like the report said, once the ball starts rolling, there's no stopping it. The info will take on a life of its own. Billions of people will read it and it'll be analyzed from every angle imaginable. It will take no time at all for people to figure out that I'm the source. People around the world hold different values. For every grateful person, there will be someone who condemns me. If I distribute the files right now, I doubt the expo will go untouched. We might not get to go.
アキちゃんに怒られちゃう
Maybe I should have quit the robot club. But this is Akiho we're talking about. She would never accept that. Crap. I'm going in circles. I'm not even remotely prepared for this right now. There's too much I would have to throw away if I release this to the public. But I'm also not going to come to an answer just sitting here. If another solar disturbance arrived and wide-scale terrorism broke out because I took my time,
君島こうもやってくれるよ厄介な役目を俺に押し付けてくれちゃって
悩む必要なんてないさ。
the voice coming from behind me nearly freezes my heart. I turn around to face the mystery person, and appearing from the shade of the trees is the very person I tried to see this morning.
水香さん
When did she get there? The cape hasn't been maintained properly for like 8 years, so the trees are overgrown and full of blind spots. If she was hiding, I would have a hard time ever noticing her presence. But that doesn't matter. It shouldn't. But how long has she been hiding here, and why? It's as though she knew I would come here, but that's impossible. I came here after searching blindly for the last report. It's pure coincidence I found the Kimijima report here. I might not have even come here today. Then why is Mizuka-san acting like it's obvious I would be here? Or is it the reverse? She wasn't waiting for me. She was following me?
カイ、今すぐ手を引くんだ。
どういうこと？
どうもこうもない。そのままの意味だよ。君島レポートは触れちゃいけない呪いみたいなもんなんだ。
Model 2-chan stands on the wide runway. She's been walking and dancing around since this morning. The sky that stretches into the great beyond, and a giant robot operating her here underneath the blue sky. I feel like she's having a blast, and it makes me happy. When we were still performing tests at the TNSC, I felt a little cramped because we were indoors. I'm actually glad we moved locations, though I could never say that to Akiho-chan. Akiho-chan is staggered by the wind. She hurriedly holds down the hem of her skirt. It's been like this today since the morning. The wind is really strong. The runway is completely clear, so we feel it even more.
やっぱりうち作業着に着替えてくるよ。純也フラウボーは平気？あ、私はスパッツ履いてるから。むしろ帰りたい。あ、幸次郎さん、また下着見えてる。スバル、見ちゃダメだからね。
見てませんよ。まったくナンセンスだ。
Hidaka-kun's been facing away the whole time. I'm really grateful for how considerate he's being, but it's still embarrassing. I may be wearing leggings, but it doesn't make it any less embarrassing when my skirt flares up. Model 2-chan isn't wearing a skirt, so she's fine. By the way, in my mind, Model 1-kun is a boy and Model 2-chan is a girl. I decided that on my own. Model 1-kun is built big and bulky with a thick frame, so he seems like a boy. But Model 2-chan has a slender body lines with legs that are more slim than mine. And most importantly, she moves like me. I've come to think of her as another me. So it would be a problem if she wasn't a girl. After making amends with Grandpa Fujita, I started seeing robots as our friends. And thanks to that, I'm not scared of them like I used to be. Lately, Grandpa Fujita has been putting the old robots outside of his store on the weekends. The neighborhood children come over to play now. Grandpa's regained his passion for robots and has started making all sorts of weird things. He doesn't really attend to visitors, so I end up watching the kids and taking care of the robots. I even control them sometimes. I'm honestly happy that this is a new normal.
じゃあ悪いけどテスト続けてね。
Akiho runs off toward the hangar to change her clothes. Well, it's more like she's walking briskly.
では続けます。
Hidaka-kun faces the laser mount at Model 2-chan. He's on laser duty for the day, mostly because Yashio-kun isn't here.
全身での往復、それからカニ歩き、それぞれ10回1セットです。
I nod, then input the commands into the phone droid I'm holding. I fix my gaze firmly onto Model 2-chan. This is the key to skillfully operating her, just like Yashio-kun taught me. I used to always look at my phone droid every time I tried to make her move. But thanks to Yashio-kun's advice, I've gotten pretty used to things. Not that I don't still make input mistakes, but... I'm going to master this by the time the expo rolls around. Because I have a job lined up, I might not be able to go to the expo much, but I still want to help out. Another strong gust of wind blows by. It's a cold sea breeze. It feels like my entire body is about to get blown into the sky. My hair's a mess now. I've completely given up on trying to fix it. And because I'm holding my phone droid with both hands, I can't keep the hem of my skirt down. Thank goodness for these leggings. But it still kind of feels indecent. After enduring the gust of wind, I return my eyes to Model 2-chan. The upper body is wobbling and shaking. It's not going to fall over, right? It's making me feel kinda uneasy. When I was little, I got pinned under Yoshiro-kun, a robot Grandpa Fujita built. And because of that, I spent 10 years hating robots. Now, I love Yoshiro-kun, but even then, once in a while, I get flashes of those memories, and whenever they come up, I find myself trembling. Just imagining Model 2-chan falling over on me makes me go cold. She's so much bigger than Yoshiro-kun. I wouldn't just get injured, I would probably die. But everything should be fine with Kojiro-san's auto balancer doing its thing. Please don't fall over. I resume inputting commands. Model 2-chan's leg movement is a little awkward. The start of her motion has been a little weird since this morning. It didn't feel this way when we were at the TNSC. It's just a little slow, and it's not a command input miss on my end. It's after the walking motion starts. In the middle, it feels like something is getting caught on something else. Is it because of the surface of the runway? The testing ground at the Space Center had a clean, flat floor. There's a slight incline here. The surface hasn't been maintained in close to 15 years, so the asphalt is all cracked and rough. That's probably what's causing this. But maybe I should report it to Hidaka-kun and Akiho-chan, just in case. It's then that my eyes meet with Hidaka-kun's.
大徳先輩、聞いてるんですか？
もしかして私のこと呼んでた？
ええ、何度も。
Hidaka-kun answers while looking away. I messed up again.
ごめんね。操縦でいっぱいいっぱいで。
Did I make him angry?
何？
テストが終わったら機体を整備するので、試作2号機は滑走路から出して車庫まで連れてってください。
わかった。
Oh, that's all. I was bracing myself to get lectured. Hidaka-kun's a second year, but he's always lecturing Akiho-chan.
どうぞ続けて。
I totally missed my chance to mention the leg problem.
つうか寒くね。どっかの男子は後ろから抱きしめて温めてくれたりすべきだろ、上皇。だが目 メガネ、てめえはダメだ。まあ実際にやられたらセクハラなんで、それをネタに全力で追い込みますけどね。
何が言いたいんだ。
すごく寒いです。
もう少し我慢してくれ。文句があるならサボったヤシオ先輩に言うんだ。
むしろメガネ君が言うの気分で。
は？
ダメ先輩を生意気な態度で叱ってお仕置きタイムになだれ込むべき。もちろん敬語攻めの一択な、これやるとやらないとじゃ全然違うんで。やっぱ目が線が鉄板だ。色は認めない。
メガセンって何の用語だ。
メガネヤシオ先輩の略以外に何があるというのか。千メガは邪道。一時期そっちもありかと思ったことが私にもありますが、深い意味は聞くな。
As always, Kojiro-san speaks in an alien language. Even Hidaka-kun doesn't understand what she's saying.
大徳先輩、手が止まってます。
ごめん。
I hurriedly resume inputting commands. It happened again. She's getting caught up when she moves. I can't shake off this sense of discomfort, but how do I put it into words? Just saying that feels uncomfortable isn't enough. I wish Yashio-kun was around right now. Then we could discuss things as fellow operators. Stop it, Juna. I can't just ignore this feeling. That's the whole point of these tests. I'll say it. I'll tell Hidaka-kun. But if I'm just imagining things, he might get mad at me.
はい。
Hidaka-kun glances at me.
ちょっと
何です？
私の気のせいかもしれないんだけど。
回りくどい言い方はやめてください。報告なら簡潔にお願いします。雑談ならするつもりはないので、テストに集中してください。
He won't even make eye contact with me. I'm already falling apart. I hope Akiho-chan gets back soon. No. What am I doing? I'm relying on other people again. This is why I was never successful at karate. Find the courage, Juna. You decided you were going to change when you made amends with Grandpa Fujita.
日高くん、
何ですか？
そんな嫌そうな顔しないでほしいな。日高くんが私のこと嫌いなのはしょうがないけど、ちゃんとこっち見て話してほしい。
Subaru starts hurriedly adjusting his glasses. What's wrong?
別に嫌いというわけじゃないですよ。
つまり好きなんですね。リア充爆発しろ。
なんでそうなる？そうじゃなくて、女子と話すのが苦手なだけです。特に大徳先輩は一番女子っぽいので。
女子
つまりむっつりなんですね。わかります。
うるさいぞフルゴーリー。
Hidaka-kun's as irritated as always. But wow, so he doesn't hate me? Just hearing that puts me at ease a little. I always thought of Hidaka-kun as some kind of perfect Superman. But even he has his flaws. Thinking of it that way, he comes off like a younger boy trying to act mature. In that sense, he's a little like my younger brothers. I feel a sense of closeness with him. I really should have talked to him about this a long time ago, but thanks to this, I feel more comfortable talking to him now.
2号機ちゃんだけどね、歩くときにちょっと違和感が。
違和感？
Hidaka-kun's expression suddenly changes. He removes the laser emplacement alignment from the parabolic antenna and prepares to listen to me. He looks me straight in the
詳し
eyes.
く聞かせてください。
本当にちょっとだけの些細な感じなんだけど、もしかしたらここの地面がデコボコしてるからだけかもしれないし。
いいから本題を。違和感というのは具体的にはどんな？
足を動かすときに動作を始めた後、一瞬だけ硬直ができるっていうか、うまく説明できなくてね。
いえ、そういうことはもっと早めに言ってください。かなり重要です。
ごめんね。
ノートのギアが欠けたのか、それともつま先が引っかかってるだけか。原因については実際に見てみないと。
あれ？
Akiho-chan comes jogging back in her new clothes. Short sleeves on a day like this? Isn't she cold?
守備はもうテストは全部終わったの？止まってるけど。それは
It feels like I'm getting in the way of the tests. I consider apologizing to Hidaka-kun, but he speaks before I can.
部長、レーザー銃座の操作お願いできますか？
いいけど。
大徳先輩の指摘が気になります。僕が足元で見てますんで、もう一度動かしてもらっていいですか？
Hidaka-kun says before running off toward Model 2-chan. Tenoji-san said that while testing, we should stay at least 10 meters away from Model 2-chan. When we were working at the TNSC, we always made sure to follow this rule. But it's been a long time since we were back at the hangar, and we're also absorbed in making our new friend, Model 2-chan, walk. We're getting careless. There are no adults around. Not our supervisor, Tenoji-san. Not our advisor, Mr. Nagafukata. No Grandpa Fujita to scold us for our inexperience. No adults at all. The only people at the airport are us kids. Kids who know nothing of how the world really works. That's why, when that happened, it might have been inevitable. Hidaka-kun stands at the feet of Model 2-chan, then turns and waves both arms at us. I explain the situation to Akiho. Upon Hidaka-kun's signal, I input the command. Its activation is slow again. I'm certain I input the command properly.
確かにちょっとカクンってなったね。でしょ？電力不足かな。
システムは正常だお。
Hidaka-kun uses both arms to indicate to us to make it walk again.
日高君、ちょっと離れてもらわないと危ないような。
So I say, but instead of motioning to him to do so, I just make the robot move forward. Hidaka-kun has a serious expression on his face as he observes Model 2-chan's legs while it moves.
なんかわかった？
Akiho-chan's words are overwritten by a powerful gust of wind, so he probably didn't hear her. Maybe we should stop for now.
また不具合？さすがにげんなりだよね。やっぱりメカに詳しい人がもう一人ぐらい欲しいよ。 スバルだって学校あるし、ドクもなんだかんだで病み上がりで無理させられないし、どこかに専属のメカニックになってくれる優秀な人いないかな。
Hidaka-kun continues to show no sign of backing away from the robot. This time he sends me a signal to make a turn on the spot. Model 2-chan is already almost 50 meters away from me. I guess he wants me to make a turn and head back this way. The turn command isn't like the advance command. It requires 4 well-timed presses of the same button for a 90-degree turn. A 180-degree turn requires doing the turn command twice. I tap away at the phone droid monitor. Model 2-chan takes small steps and slowly starts to face me. Just then, another strong gust of wind blows across the runway. It's so strong that I nearly fall over. I can't help but close my eyes and crouch low to the ground.
おぎゃ
Kojiro-san falls over with her butt in the air. Her panties are totally exposed. She needs to hurry and cover herself. But I shouldn't have been so focused on her. In that moment, I failed to do as Yashio-kun had said.
どっちつかずで視線がぶれると急な事態に対処できないよ。
I had taken my eyes off of Model 2-chan. Upon hearing Akiho scream, I quickly turned back to Model 2-chan. All 8 meters of her body are leaning at an unnatural angle. Everything goes white. Was she hit by a gust of wind while turning, or did something break? I don't know. I don't know, but with the dust-colored sky as the backdrop, Model 2-chan, seemingly in slow motion, begins to topple over. Below her,
やばくね
and she crashes down. Akiho-chan dashes toward Model 2-chan after she collapses.
救急車救急車を
Despite her confusion, Kojiro-san is trying to call for help on her phone droid. But me? I can't move. Where's Hidaka-kun? What happened to him? I can't see him. I don't see him anywhere. All I see on the runway in the distance is the collapsed Model 2-chan. There's no sign of Hidaka-kun anywhere.
そんな、私が
Please be safe. Please be okay. I don't care if you have to take my life in exchange. And as I pray to the powers that be, I'm terrified. I'm too terrified. I end up cowering in fear and sink to the ground on the spot. All I can do is clutch my own body as I tremble so hard that it's like I'm having convulsions. The sound of waves resounds faintly from below the cliffs. I compliment June a lot. You would know if you were here. The wind is strong today. Eskun, June, and Fraubo changed. Everyone showed up for testing. We are united. Kai, you are the only one who hasn't changed. It's cold. I want to go home. I'm going to cough out blood from all the excitement about Tanigashima, Yakushima. Hello from Space Candy. We are stepping up production of the scheduled rocket launch date. rocket launch schedule made by Aerosphere Company in America. Unlike the H-2A rocket, this one is quite simple and will only take a month to complete. Aerospace Company also referenced the H-2A rocket's measurements, so the size of the launch pad is almost exactly the same. I guess I'll go take a look at the robot tomorrow, since it's here at the old airport. As an ex-member of NASDA, it felt awkward showing my face at TNSC. Where did Irie go? She's not even calling back. I can't pick up the proteins I ordered with an IOU. There's nobody else here. The only living people in this place are me and Mizuka-san. We're glaring at each other. Mizuka-san knows something. This minutes-long conversation of ours confirmed it. Mizuka-san said it's a curse. To be honest, she caught me off guard saying that. I tried to calm my heart rate, brace myself to run away at a moment's notice, and try making a smile.
呪いってずいぶん非科学的なこと言い出すんだね。水香さんにオカルトの趣味があったなんて初耳だよ。
茶化してんじゃないよ。こっちはマジで言ってんだ。
She's scary. My armpits are already starting to sweat. I'm even more nervous than I thought. Kind of feels like I'm a frog getting stared down by a snake. As far as I'm concerned, there are two older women in this world I never want to make my enemy. Misani and Mizuka-san. I don't stand a chance. Also, I have no idea what she's thinking. We go way back, and yet I've never seen her make that face before. I'm legit puzzled. But if I shut up and do as she says, nothing gets solved. I still have to live in fear of an unknown foe. I can't back down from this. Now that we're facing each other, I just gotta go for it.
水香さんが君島レポートの1を持ってったのは知ってる。聞かせてほしいんだけど、水香さんは俺の味方なわけ？それとも敵？
Mizuka lets out a troubled sigh.
知りたくないことまで知らされるかもしれないんだよ。
What's she talking about?
あんた一人の問題じゃないんだ。10年以上ひた隠しにしてきたことが明るみに出ちまうかもしれない。
隠し事があるんだね、水香さんには。しかもそれは俺や世間に知られちゃまずいことに聞こえる。
ああ、そうだよ。
Mizuka-san doesn't hesitate.
あんたやアキみたいに純朴に生きられたらどれだけ良かったことか。この世界はあんたらが思ってる以上に醜くて汚い。それでもさ、そんな中で一生懸命生きている人間がいるんだ。わかりな、カイ。手を引くんだ。
水香さん、さっきから抽象的なことしか言ってないよ。それじゃ俺は納得できない。世界規模の大虐殺が起きるかもしれないってのにさ、それと天秤にかけてあえて手を引かせられるほどのカードを持ってるなら、ちゃんと提示してくれないと。
I swallow my breath. I was really forcing myself to play tough just now. Did it fly? Your move, Mizuka-san. Quite frankly, I wouldn't be shocked if she whipped out a gun and shot me in the forehead right now. That's how unapproachable she currently feels. Say something, Mizuka-san. I can't endure this silence. Nothing in KB prepared me for this kind of tension.
水香さんってもしかして300人委員会か旅ストック研究所の人？
It looks like she didn't understand my question, or at least that's what her confused expression tells me. She doesn't appear to be acting.
俺を殺しに来たんじゃないわけ。
カイを私が何バカなこと言ってんだい。
じゃあ
あんたは宝探しのつもりかもしれないけど、それによって古傷をえぐられる人間もいるって話さ。さっきからそう言ってんだろ。
Our conversation isn't lining up. Listening to her, it sounds like
誰かをかばってるみたいに聞こえるけど。
I get the feeling the wounds she's talking about aren't her own.
誰をかばってるわけ。
それをあんたに教えたくないからこうして止めてるんだろ。
つまり俺も知ってる誰かってことになるね。俺と水香さん共通の知り合いとなると随分絞られてくるけど。
Mizuka-san clicks her tongue in response.
カイ、これ以上はあんたと話したくない。いいから言うこと聞きな。
それは俺に対しての頼み。言うこと聞かせたいならまず俺と勝負して勝つことだね。
My attempt at challenging her also serves as a means with which to push myself forward. Don't get scared. If you back down, it's over.
もちろん勝負の内容は切るバラ。俺の土俵に上がってきてもらう。それとも例のゲロマズパッションフルーツマンを1個食べれば水香さんの持ってる情報を洗いざらい話してくれるわけ。
いい加減にしな。ガキの遊びじゃないんだよ。
それはこっちも同じだ。
I recoil from the immense pressure coming off of Mizuka-san, desperately responding to her words.
水香さんが全部話してくれるならそっちの要求に乗ってもいいけどさ。
だからカイには話したくないって。
あ、
Unexpectedly, far too suddenly, a melody begins to play out in this tranquil little park. The sound quality is low.
何さこの音。
カゴメカゴメ。
It's playing from both of our phone droids. Again, this happened before. An indiscriminate transmission. It's forcibly transmitted to everyone's phone droids in a specific area, and regardless of your ringtone settings, it always plays the Kagome Kagome melody upon arrival. If you answer the call, you're greeted with a fax-like transmission sound in a strangely high frequency. The Kimijima reports warned of this Kagome Kagome melody, but nowhere was it written who was sending it. Nor was it written what the sender's intentions are. Is this Mizuka-san's doing? But she looks as confused as I am. She takes out her phone droid and looks at the monitor like she's seen a ghost.
誰からの電話かわかる？
I shake my head. If Mizuka-san doesn't know, was it sheer coincidence that rang at this time?
ゲジネ。
I call out to my AI pal.
はいヤシオさん。
このカゴメカゴメの発信先を特定できない。
不可能です。ゲジネーの能力は通信傍受ではなく特定のキーワードを検索して無差別にそれに関連する情報を収集することであり。
Damn it. Useless. I give up on trying to go through Geijini just as I'm pondering my next move. Mizaki Shrine, Enshrined Deity Oko Kunoshi no Mikoto. Could have swore we got that one before, but it was green, so I don't know.
誰？
Anyway, who is it? Mizuka-san answers the call. A painful noise comes out of her phone droid. Despite standing a ways away, it's loud enough for me to clearly hear it.
この音は
水香さん電話切って。
It's so unpleasant that I instantly cover my ears with both hands. She cuts the call and the sound stops. Silence returns to the area. Feeling relieved, I sit down on a nearby bench and catch my breath.
何だったんだ。
Ignoring me, Mizuka-san turns away and starts walking slowly but awkwardly. The park at Cape Kadokura is on top of a cliff. There's waist-height fencing, and beyond that is the cliff. She's heading toward the fencing. Don't tell me she's trying to run.
水香さん、まだこっちの話は終わってないんだけど。
Mizuka-san doesn't even attempt to answer me. For some reason, she's hitting her hug and twisting her waist around, yet still walking toward the fencing.
聞いてる？
なんだこれ、なんで急に。
She's acting
どう
strange.
したの？
カイ、悪いけどさ、手貸してくんない？なんかこいつ具合が悪いみたいなんで。
I immediately recognize what she's referring to. Then I realize Mizuka-san's forehead is covered in sweat. She's smiling, but her face is tense. It's like she's doing her best to put on a brave face. She looked so calm and composed before.
どうしたんだよ。
止まらないんだ。
止まらない？
I don't immediately understand what she's saying.
もしかして俺を担いでる？
The fencing doesn't cover the entire cliff. In fact, there are openings all over. If she keeps going, she's going to walk through one of those areas and take a dive right off the cliff. That ain't no joke. Mizuka-san suddenly bends her waist and plants her hands down like she's walking on all fours. I can hardly believe what I'm seeing. Despite planting her hands firmly on the ground, her legs are still moving forward.
なんだよこれ。
She pitches forward to the point where she could fall over, yet she still doesn't stop. It's like her legs have a mind of their own. Her legs?
水香さん、捕まって。
Kaido, it took you way too long to figure that out. Seriously? Dummy. I finally snapped my senses, run over to her and grab her arm. Mizuka-san grabs onto my body.
カイ、離すなよ。
She's pulling on me with intense force. I brace my legs, but I'm still being dragged along.
まさか暴走？
That's right. Hugs going berserk. It was a hot topic last year. Misani and her superiors held media conferences and everything. On the net, folks joked about the hug dances. People wearing rampaging hugs looked like they were dancing. According to a witness testimony, it looked like the person wearing the rampaging hug was being killed by the hug's own will. The person being dragged along looked like a dancing puppet. This entire situation is the same.
ハグの電源切って。
やってるけどダメなんだよ。
The hug has immense strength. Even the two of us working together can't stop it. Despite its primary role being medical assistance, it's far stronger than any human. I have my feet firmly planted, yet I still can't stop it from taking step after step toward the cliff. In that case,
倒すよ。
I judo sweep Mizuka-san's leg near her Achilles tendon and forcibly push her
こ
down.
れなら大丈夫でしょ。
Mizuka-san soaked in sweat. Her breathing is heavy. She was likely using all her strength to fight against her rampaging hug.
助かったよ。カイ。まず外しまおう。
Mid-speech, Mizuka-san's body defies gravity and leaps up. Despite being on top of her, the force is enough to send me flying. I can't believe it. This is impossible. With only the strength of her legs, she flung me off, despite me weighing over 50 kilograms, and stood back upright. Leaps up is literally the only way to describe what just happened. Normally, when you stand up, you support your body with your hands, but she couldn't do that. Mizuka-san has gone limp. Her body is bent backwards in the shape of a bow. She's coughing up blood. This is bad. This is really goddamn bad. I hurried to my feet and latched onto Mizuka-san.
しっかり
Mizuka-san's eyes are vacant. I was nearby when she stood up, and I heard what sounded like bones cracking. Her spine could be damaged. Mizuka-san's legs continue moving directly for the cliff. This is unreal. It's like some third-rate horror film from half a century ago. It's too crazy to believe. It's like the hug is trying to kill Mizuka-san. This thing isn't just on a rampage, it's actually out to kill. I could sense killing intent from this goddamn thing. If not, there's no way it could move like this. It understands the terrain and is intentionally trying to squeeze through a gap so it can drop her off the cliff. But what can I do? How can I save her from this situation? I lower my body and basically crouch down to brace my legs, but I just get dragged along. I tried detaching the hug band, securing it to Mizuka-san's legs. I just have to get the buckles off. But Mizuka-san keeps moving and I'm too panicked. I can't undo them. My left leg suddenly loses its bracing. We're already at the edge of the cliff. My left leg is hanging in mid-air. Mizuka-san is barely standing on the edge, my right foot planted. If she takes one more step, we're both falling to our doom. Her voice weak, Mizuka-san says something unbelievable.
話せるわけないだろうそんなことしたら死んじゃうじゃないか
やろう
She pushes her elbow into my face.
このままだとカイも道連れだろあんたも巻き込めるかよ
そうだミサ姉に電話を
これは罰
何の話だよ
結局さ私は見て見ぬふりをすることしかできなかったそれが正しかったのかどうか今も分かんない
She hits me hard in the jaw with her elbow. The impact makes my vision go white for a moment as all the strength leaves my body. Staggered, I'm given a firm thrust to the chest.
水か
As I fall onto my back, I nonetheless reach out to her, but
なあカイ知らないままでいる方がさ幸せなことも
but I can't reach her.
だから私が見たことは墓場まで持っていく。これが私なりの友情なのかもね。
Mizuka-san is smiling. The edges of her mouth are stained red with blood, and with the cliff directly in front of her, she turns her head to look back at me. Despite the intense pain she's going through, she manages to force herself to smile.
もしミサに会うことがあったら、こいつをプレゼントしてくれてありがとうって伝えといて。
I can't handle this.
こいつのおかげで私はさ。
As Mizuko-san smiles, one leg is already taking a step forward off the cliff.
この2年事故前とほとんど変わらない生活遅れたから。
Despite not wanting to die, she nonetheless takes a step forward toward her own
だか
demise.
らさ。
She steps into the air, into nothingness.
ありがとうって。
And then Mizuka-san's body disappears from my line of sight.
嘘でしょ。こんな、なんで。ああ、水川さん、水川さん。
I call out to her, but there's no reply. Panicked, I crawl to the edge of the cliff and take a look down. I'm met with the sight of Mizuka-san lying face down on the rocks below. It's over. Mizuka-san is dead. Despite the overwhelming hopelessness drowning me, I whip out my phone droid and call for an
君
ambulance.
島レポートナンバー7のダウンロードが完了しました。
How can she act like nothing happened? I pray as I call 911. Quick, please come quick. Please, someone save Mizuka-san. My heart feels like someone squeezing it, like they have their bare hands around it. It's like I'm about to have an attack. It goes without saying why. I bite my lip and wait for the call to connect. Just hold on, Kaito. Keep that bomb in place. I'm riding along with Mizuka-san in the ambulance. How many times have I wished to myself that this wasn't real? Inside of this cramped ambulance, no matter where I try to look, I see the emergency responders doing their work. Mizuka-san hit her head hard, and there's blood streaming out of her forehead. The hug has been removed, but her legs are bent in all kinds of unnatural directions. The emergency responders keep calling out to her, but she barely responds. I ended up having an attack, so my body is too numb to even cry out. It hurts. By the time we reach the hospital, the sun has long since set. The responders quickly take her out of the vehicle and head to the ER ward with some nurses. I'm left all alone. Is it okay for me to go with them? They're probably going to start cardiopulmonary resuscitation and emergency surgery too. I would probably just get kicked out if I followed along. I ask myself, how can I be so calm right now as I head for the lobby? I need to contact Mizuka-san's parents and Michi. My head hung low. I stagger into the lobby. It's past medical exam hours, so nobody
は
should.
い。
Someone calls out to me, and I sluggishly raise my head. The lights are off, making the lobby dark and gloomy. I can see three figures sitting on the sofa. Despite the lighting, I could tell that they're all girls. Two of them are wearing their school uniforms. They're huddled up in the dark. One stands up and looks at me. I immediately recognize them once I inch closer. Akiho and Frau are on the sofa, and sandwiched between them is Juna, covering her
な
face.
んでみんなここに？
I still haven't told anyone about Mizuka-san's accident.
今までどこ行ってたのよ。連絡したのにちっとも繋がらないんだもん。バカ。
Akiho's voice is all choked up. She grabs me by the hand and pulls me a ways away from the others.
何があったの？アキちゃん。
スバルがテスト中に事故で。
な。
Subaru was caught in an accident?
何それ？どういうこと？
Are you telling me that today, of all days, Subaru got into an accident and ended up here? Akiho starts crying, so I grab her by the shoulders and shake her lightly.
答えろ。どうしたんだ？事故ってどういうことだ？
風でガッツクツが転倒してスバルがその下敷きに。
You're kidding.
大丈夫なの？
命に別状はないって。
そう。よかった。
With that relief, I nearly sink to the floor.
足がかなりひどい骨折で、それでジュンがすごく責任感じてて、自分のせいだってうちもう見てられなくて。
If it fell over during testing, that means Juna was operating it, and it just had to go and fall on someone. That's a hell of a 1-2 punch for Juna to take.
あのさ、本当に単なる事故だったと思う。本当に純ちゃんの操縦ミス、それとも風のせい、それ以外の要因っていう可能性は？
それ以外ってどういう？
カゴメは流れた。
カゴメ。
そう、ポケゴンから流れたはず。
流れたけど、でもそれは事故が起きた後だよ。
事故の後。
The mysterious transmission of Kagome Kagome and the sound that accompanies it when you answer. I believe them to be a warning system of some kind. There's no doubt to me that said call was what caused Mizuka-san's hug to go crazy. So I considered that maybe Model 2 falling over had something to do with the Committee of 300.
くそ！
I slap my cheeks. None of that means a damn thing right now. There are other things that need handling. Much more important things to be thinking about.
カイねえ、カイはスバルのことを聞いてここに来たの？カイに何度電話しても繋がらなかったから。
I press my forehead against the wall in the hallway. I let out another deep sigh. Today is relentless.
ねえ、
スバルのご両親がもうすぐ来るはず。殴られるの覚悟しなきゃね。
そういうのは俺が代わりに引き受けるよ。
でも部長はうちだし。
ミッチーは？
生と話してる。
そう。
I need to tell Michi about Mizuka-san. When we return to the lobby, Michi just happens to exit the examination room.
おう、ヤシオ、来たか。
ミッチ、スバルの様子は？
あ、
He's apparently already been filled in on the details of the accident. Juna's red, swollen eyes cling to Michi. He takes her gaze and with a stern expression on his face, he lightly
足
says,
の怪我な、かなりひどいみたいだ。命に別状はない。これは間違いないんだが、もしかしたら後遺症が残るかもしれん。
After effects.
それ、一体どういう？
もう二度とまともに歩けなくなる可能性があるってことだ。
そんな。
After hearing Michi's words, Juna covers her face and breaks down into tears again.
私のせいです。私のせいで。ジュンのせいじゃないよ。
Frau starts rubbing Juna's back in a comforting way. Still, Juna's sobbing doesn't stop.
日高の両親はまだか？
まだ来てない。
そうか。
A heavy silence settles over us. It's then that Michi kneels down to the
お
ground.
前らすまなかった。
ミッチ。
今回のことは先生の監督不行き届きであり、すべて先生の責任だ。どんな責めも先生が被るつもりではいる。だがな、そうだとしてもロボ部のことは守れんかもしれん。もしかすると万博の出展も。
Nobody can say anything. It's hard watching Michi act like this. Imagining how the robot club could be devastated in the upcoming storm is a depressing feeling. Akiho's dream of going to the expo feels like a lit candle in the wind.
謝るのはうちの方だよ、ミッチ。迷惑かけてごめんなさい。気が緩んでた。もっと安全管理をちゃんとすべきだった。
I lend Michi a hand and help him stand.
ミッチ、実は別件でもう一つ話が。別件？どういうことだ？
I point my chin to indicate that we should go elsewhere. We distance ourselves a bit from Akiho and the
単
others.
刀直入に言うけど、水香さんが崖から落ちた。それは日高の事故に巻き込まれたのか？
I shake my head.
全く別。門倉岬でたまたま一緒でさ。無事なのか？
Stream
ま
Elements
さか。
said, Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
もしかしたらさ。
Is it really okay to say it? Isn't there still some hope? I don't know. I don't know, but seeing what went on inside the ambulance has left me hopeless. The memory of what happened replays in my mind. The smile Mizuka-san wore in the end is like a dagger to my chest. Before I realize it, my eyes are filled with tears.
助からないかもしれない。
And then Michi staggers. He looks dumbfounded as he falls to one knee and holds his forehead. It's clear how much of a shock this is for
で
him.
もまだそうと決まったわけじゃ。
Michi stands back up. As far as I can tell, he seems calm, collected even. That's unexpected. I thought he would panic or ask if I'm messing with him. That's the kind of guy I figured him for.
一体何があった？ハグが急に暴走。暴走？去年ニュースになってたやつか。俺、水香さんのこと助けられなかった。目の前で落ちてったんだ。必死に止めようとしたんだけどダメで。
Michi wraps his arm around my shoulders and pats me on the head.
よく教えてくれた。ありがとうな。イレーなら大丈夫だろう。学生の頃のバイクでやった事故だってな。普通だったら死んでたらしいんだ。でもあいつは生きてた。そういうタフな女なんだよ。俺、豆知識ない。とにかく、お前だけでも無事でよかったよ。
Stop it, Michi. Stop acting like such a kind, good teacher. I've been trying so hard to keep myself together, but now I'm a mess. I just want to cry like a little
イ
kid.
レーの親には連絡したか？
I wipe my tears and shake my head. Michi nods in response.
連絡は俺がしておく。お前も少し座って休め。
Michi then leaves me behind. He walks outside by himself. It looked like his shoulders were trembling. I hope from the bottom of my heart that Mizuka-san survives, for Michi's sake too. Outside the window, it continues to rain softly. Just looking at the droplets fall makes me want to burst into tears. It's been 2 days since the accident. Third years don't have to come to school today, but I was called here by the vice principal. Apparently there's going to be a meeting. I follow Michi, walking through the empty hallways. Class is in session. Michi is somehow acting like everything is the same as usual. After spending the entirety of yesterday in my room crying, my face is kind of swollen. I'm still down in the dumps.
失礼します。
Michi knocks on the door to my classroom. Needless to say, there are no students inside, just 4 adults. One of them is the vice principal. I expected that. She's the one who called me after all. But I'm surprised by the other 3 faces. There are 2 people from JAXA, Dad and Nae-san. The third person is Mr. Candy. They're all people who lent a helping hand to the robot club.
瀬宮さん、そこにお座りなさい。
I do as I'm told. In front of me is the VP. From my perspective, to the left of her is Nae-san, and to the right is Mr. Candy. Dad sits to my left, and Michi sits to my right.
事故のことは聞きました。担当直入に言いますが、ロボット研究部は今日をもって廃部となります。
いきなりですか？教頭、生徒に相談もなくそれはさすがに一方的かと。
ミッチー、いいの？
日高昴君のお父様が大変お怒りなのです。わかりますね。
はい。
Obviously, I'm not happy with this, but there's nothing I can say in response to her. I feel like my head's about to drop even lower. No, I can't be like this. I focus and straighten up my back. I then look the VP straight in the eyes. This is my responsibility as the club president. I need to accept what happens to us.
JAXA さんとの提携については長深田先生から報告を受けています。ですがロボット研究部が廃部になる以上申し訳ありませんが、これ以上のご協力はいただけません。
はあ、分かっています。
私どもとしましても、今回の事故で安全管理を子供たちだけに任せてしまったと強く反省しています。支援業務についてもこれ以上は継続できないと上から言われました。
当然万博への出展も取りやめです。スペースアメ車さんもそれで問題ありませんね。
残念じゃが仕方ないの。
ロボット研究部で製作したロボットは業者にお願いして全て解体します。いいですね。いいですね。
はい。
There's a sharp pain deep in my chest. I tightly clench my hands placed on my knees. There's going to be nothing left. It'll be like none of it ever existed. But even if I said no, nothing would change. I don't have the right to object. We did something that can't be undone after all.
瀬宮さん、
The vice principal glares at me, a fierce expression on her face.
卒業したらきちんとした学校へ行ってきちんと勉強なさい。そしてもっと技術を身につけてから改めて技術者としてロボットを作ればいいのです。あなたたちは背伸びをしすぎたんですよ。でも時間はたっぷりあるのですから何も焦ることなどありません。わかりましたね。
She's so correct that I have no words to respond with. In fact, all I can do is nod my head. Mizuka-san's funeral goes by about as solemnly as one might expect. As far as Robot Club representation goes, Akiho and I are the only ones who participated. Upon arriving at the hospital, the doctors did everything they could to save her, but it was too late. Michi spent the service staring at a photo of Mizuka-san the entire time. He wasn't crying, nor did he appear to be in pain. All he did was vacantly stare. After the funeral, Michi said he wanted to talk with us for a bit. While he wore a tough face, we were certain he was hurting on the inside, so we decided to go with him. Cut to the present. Along the way, he even bought a ridiculously pricey bottle of awamori from the liquor store. It was only a month ago that I was surfing on this very beach. Mizuka-san was one hell of a demonic coach. Michi stands on the beach and gazes out at the waves breaking and receding for a while. His expression is the same one he wore while staring at Mizuka-san's photo during the service.
先生がお前らと同じ年の頃な、イレイがサーフィンやってるのをよくこうして見に来てたんだよ。ヤシオみたいにロボ部をサボってな。
ミッチーってアキちゃんよりダメ部長だったんじゃない？
よく言われたさ。 イレイにもな。
ミッチーは水か姉のこと好きだったの？
どうだかな。一度も告らなかったしよ。つまるところ恋愛感情はなかったのかもしれねえ。あいつ怖い女だったしな。瀬宮からな、弔電が届いてたってよ。あ、ここで言うのは姉の方な。イレイのご両親も複雑だって言ってたよ。瀬宮がイレイの一番の親友だったってのはご両親も知ってる。でもよ、あのハグをプレゼントしたのは瀬宮なんだよな。やりきれないだろうよ、ご両親も瀬宮もよ。
Then Michi looks at me.
なあ、イレイは最後何か言ってたか？言ってたなら先生にも教えてくれよ。知っときたいんだ。
Should I? Should I tell him that she was hiding something? That she was trying to stop me from collecting the Kimijima reports? There's no way I can tell him that. There is one thing she said.
ミサ姉にありがとうって伝えてくれって。ハグのこと感謝してるからって恨まないってそう言ってた。
そうか。先生とイレイと瀬宮の中じゃな、イレイが一番年上ぶってやがってよ。いつだってどっしり構えて先生や瀬宮をすぐ叱りつけてきやがったもんさ。先生は何かと反論したんだけどな、最終的には手が出てきてよ。まったくひどい暴力女だった。で、あっさり屈服さ。その点瀬宮はうまくやってたな。むしろイレイに怒られて嬉しそうだったよ。変態なのかもしれね
お姉ちゃんは変態なんかじゃないよ。
え。冗談だよ、冗談。だが当時神童とまで呼ばれてた瀬宮を叱れるやつなんて教師の中にすらいなかったからよ。イレイはそういう意味でも一目置かれてた。もう高校卒業してから7年近くになるのか。
Michi suddenly removes the cork on the bottle of Awamori.
イレイはな、とんでもねえ酒豪だったんだぞ。これ豆知識だ。
I assumed he was going to start chugging down the bottle himself, but instead he walks up to the edge of the water and starts to pour the bottle into the sea.
乾杯だ。
This is his way of offering his condolences. When I think about Mizuka-san, my chest still throbs with pain. She was right in front of my eyes, and yet I couldn't even save her. What exactly can I do going forward? And then there's the thing she said at the end. What was she hiding that we would be better off not knowing? I still don't know if it's wise to look into it or not. Michi leaves after telling us that he still had to help with the funeral service. Akiho and I decide to swing by Subaru's house. Akiho wanted this. She needs to go to his dad and set things right. When she told me her intentions, I didn't try to stop her. We didn't get to see him at the hospital, so we haven't actually seen Subaru since the accident. Apparently, his dad told the nurses at the hospital not to let the robot club and related people see his son. It's only natural for him to be that angry. Subaru may be permanently injured because we forced him to join the club. By the way, Subaru's injury is a comminuted fracture. Don't know why I had trouble saying that for a second. They're still considering what surgery to do. Whether he'll be able to walk like before or do sports and exercise depends on the surgery's results and rehab. After having the giant Model 2 fall on him, the doctor said he was lucky to get away with just a broken leg. Not that that's any consolation. Anyhow, the reason we're visiting is simple. Akiho is in charge of apologizing. I'm in charge of getting hit. My role in this sucks, and even Akiho tried her best to convince me not to come. But I can't risk her getting hit, though I highly doubt that Subaru's dad would do something like that to a young lady. But I'm still here as the shield just in case. Anyway, we park our scooters at the Otatsu Mitatsu Rocks lot near his house, ready to go charging in when we encounter Juna, crying and dragging herself from the direction of Subaru's house. She's alone. We sit her down on a nearby bench to try and calm her down.
純ちゃんさ、こんなところにいるってことは、もしかしてスバルくんの実家行っちゃったわけ？
スバルのお父さんに会ったの？だって私のせいだから、とにかく謝らなきゃって思って、償うためなら何でもするって土下座して、なのにね、日高くんのお父さんこう言ったんだよ。あんたのせいじゃないのは分かってる。分かってはいるが、もう息子と関わらないでくれって、そう言って追い返されちゃったの。
That's unexpected. I thought he would be more angry. I mean, we did see the man outright punch his son. That image is so strong that I just kind of figured he was a violent guy.
まだ殴られた方がよかった。日高くんのお父さん、すごく寂しそうだったんだもん。あんな顔されたら謝ることもできなくなっちゃうよ。私のせいっていうのは何も変わらないのに。日高くんのお父さんに許してもらったって、私は私のこと許せないのに。私いつだってチューブラリンだよ。ジュン、落ち着いて。あの時の事故を見てたから言うけど、あれはジュンのせいじゃない。本当に風のせいで不可抗力だったのね。だからそんなに思い詰めないで。無理だよ。
Juna slaps Akiho's hand away. She doesn't even try to wipe the tears covering her
ご
face.
めんね、アキホちゃん、ヤシオくん。私もうみんなとは関わらないから。全部私のせいだから。みんなは何にも悪くないから。私一人がロボ部をやめれば、それで。
それ無意味だよ、純ちゃん。ロボ部はもうなくなったから。
そう。
Crap. I shouldn't have said that.
バカ。今ここで言うことじゃないでしょ。
She's exactly right. I've made a huge mistake.
私のせいで、アキホちゃんの夢も万博出場もロボ部の歴史も全部ダメになっちゃったんだ。私が操縦なんて しなければ。
いや、純ちゃん、落ち着いて。
ごめん、私は。
Once again, large tears start falling from Juna's
ご
eyes.
めんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
As Juna starts wailing, Akiho tightly embraces her. But neither me nor Akiho have any words to offer her. In the end, no matter what we say, they're just words. We should leave Juna be until she calms down, and we can talk to her properly. As for Subaru's father, we probably shouldn't try to see him at this point. We accompany Juna back to her house. Afterwards, Akiho and I headed home, the sky already stained with the color of the sunset.
カイ、じゃあまた明日ね。
Akiho smiles slightly and lightly waves her hand before heading into her
Aki-chan.
house. She stops and turns around, then tilts her head at me.
どうしたの？
アキちゃんは大丈夫？
うん。うちよりカイの方がきついでしょ。カイもちゃんと休んでね。
この先どうするわけ？
The robot club is gone. We've lost our funding from JAXA and Space Candy. After working so hard on Model 2, it's going to be disassembled. Same for the currently sealed away failure, Model 1. Subaru is injured, and with Juna in her current state, neither of them will be recovering anytime soon. All the effort we put in toward next month's expo was for naught. But I know for a fact that Akiho would do anything for her dream.
わかんない。
I bite my lip hard in response to Akiho's answer. I want to say something, but no matter what I say, I would just be forcing my own thoughts onto her. This is something that Akiho needs to decide for herself.
じゃあアキちゃん、また明日。
また明日。
Akiho stares right at me. I pull away from her gaze and start up my scooter. Unable to bring myself to go home, I end up here. The VAB is visible in the distance. At this hour, it's lit up. I haven't seen those lights in a long time. They're currently assembling a rocket for the first time in years. That should have me excited. It should, but I don't feel that way at all right now. In fact, I'm pretty depressed. I didn't come here with any particular goal in mind. I don't even have the energy to play Kill Ballad. As I gaze absent-mindedly at the TNSC, my phone droid begins to ring. It's Frau. I guess we haven't really spoken at all since the incident.
電話つないで。
どうも。
コナちゃんは大丈夫？
オートバランサー調整中。
まだ続ける気なんだ。
That's unexpected. Out of all the Robot Club members, she had the least enthusiasm for the project. Well, other than me.
スカスカ頑張れるが倒れたのは私のプログラムが未熟だったからでもあるし。だからここ何日かで得たデータフィードバックして オートバランサーを改良してる。
無駄だよ。ロボ部は廃部になった。ロボも解体される。もう頑張らなくてもいいんだ。
おう、そういうことはもっと早く言ってほしかったわけだが。
She's right, but I've been too busy to think about that.
それはそれとして、大事な話がある。
何？
そこ、他に人いない盗聴器とかない？
公園の展望台の上だよ。
じゃあいいか。スカスカ頑張れるの事故は単なる事故だけど、それよりも気になるのはイレイ氏の事故の方。ハグの暴走は偶然だと思う。
I had the same thought.
暴走は300人委員会と旅ストック研究所の警告とかそういうのじゃね。もともとエグスケ社のハグ暴走事件はいろいろネット上とかでも怪しい噂がたくさん流れてて、著名人が暴走事故に巻き込まれて死んでる率の高さが異常。どっかの大手企業の偉い人とか財界の大物とか政治家とかだから事故に見せかけた恋の陰謀なんじゃないかって話が。それを踏まえると、そのイレイ氏の事故も実は裏で誰かが。
それ以上言うな。
I exhale a breath of air in an attempt to calm myself down.
いや、悪いね。さすがにさ、知り合いが亡くなった直後にそういうこと言われるの気分悪いっていうか。でも確かにコナちゃんの言うことは俺も考えたよ。まさにあの時俺と水香さんは君島レポートの話をしてたわけだし。
ガチで？
I give Frau a simple rundown of what transpired that day. Mizuka-san was against my collecting the reports. She told me to stop. She said I would learn something I didn't need to know. What was Mizuka-san trying to hide? I still don't know for sure. I could probably put things together, but at the end of the day, it's just a guess. I don't know the truth.
それタイミング良すぎってレベルじゃねえぞ。ちょっとシャレにならんと思われ。君島レポートって最後の7つ目は拡散キーとかだったっけ？もう拡散したん？
まだ。
On the day that Mizuka-san died, Kimijima Report number 7 was downloaded into my phone droid. I haven't touched it since.
早くしろ。どうなっても知らんぞ。
でもさ、本当にいいのかって悩まない。
The last few days have been a blur to me. What was Subaru's accident and Mizuka-san? I still haven't come up with an answer about what to do with the Kimijima
水
reports.
香さんの件で俺ますます混乱してきたっていうか、あの人は俺にレポートを探すなって忠告してきた。隠したいことがあるみたいだった。知らない方がいいって言ってた。でもそれって立場的には300人委員会側ってことでしょ。だったらなんでその水香さんが死ななきゃいけない。死ぬべきは俺だったはずだ。
I would prefer not to think about it, but if Mizuka-san was one of them, they could have just killed me. If that accident was part of their plot, I see no reason why Mizuka-san would have to die.
何にせよ、ヤシオ先輩は今かなりまずい立場にいる気がする。
俺が？
君島レポートの内容全部知ってるのって多分世界でヤシオ先輩だけだと思われ。しかもそれを拡散する方法まで手にしてる。今この瞬間にスナイパーにヘッドショットされてもおかしくないレベル。今すぐ全部放り出して守りに徹するべきでしょ、長官。これは12秒とかじゃなくてガチで。 頑張れるのアニメのスタッフも多分私のママもヤシオ先輩には死んでほしくない。
In a rare move for Frau, she sets her gaze on me through the screen, imploring me. She usually can't make eye
さ
contact.
さ300人委員会から逃げるために一度どこかに潜伏した方がよくね。先輩
そういうわけにはいかないんだよな。
でもロボ部もうないって。
ブーはね、
お前は何を言っているんだ。
I still haven't heard from Akiho what she wants to do. That's why I can't give my final answer just yet.
ちなみにさ、コナちゃんって東京に戻るつもりはあるわけ？
なんでそんなこと聞くん。まさか同棲希望ぬですか。それなんてエロゲ。
同棲ってわけじゃないけど、東京に家があるなら万博の期間中泊めてもらうのも手だろうって。
なんだと。万博まだ出るつもりとかちょっと何言ってるかわかんないです。
可能性の話さ。
付き合いきれんわけだが、もっと深刻に受け止めるべき。死んでもいいの。
よくはないけど。
She's right. Considering what's gone down so far, there would be nothing strange about me getting iced out of nowhere. With that in mind, I can't afford to be questioning myself like
コナちゃん、
this.
忠告ありがとう。それじゃあ切るよ。
ちょ。
After hanging up, I start up IRUO. Gaijini is quietly standing a short distance away. She's like a stalker, but that's not her fault. Gaijini is currently tied to my phone droid after all.
ゲージね、君島レポートだけど、
はい、どうしますか？
拡散することにした。
Gaijini nods her head ever so slightly.
君島レポートのすべての情報を拡散するためには、君島レポートナンバー7を起動してください。それにより自動的に世界中に点在するイルオの全サーバーへと転送され、ランダムで世界各地に AR アノテーションが作成されます。なお、以後は爆発的に情報が拡散していくことが予想されます。考え直すならこれが最後のチャンスです。
If I don't do this now and I end up getting killed by an assassin, and because of that billions of people die, I would deserve far worse than a peaceful death. Ko Kimijima would end up rolling in his grave for trusting someone like me with this responsibility. Mizuka-san tried to stop me, but I can't let sleeping dogs lie. On the night that Mizuka-san died, I laid in bed, terrified we would get hit by a solar disturbance. This responsibility is too much for me to bear alone, which is why I'm going to shed this burden. I'm going to toss it wholesale to the people of Earth.
やるよ。
はい。
I tap away at my phone droid and activate Kimijima report number 7. Hidden Hand. To the citizens of Earth, please heed this warning and brace for the coming conspiracy. This is too much for me to handle alone, which is why I entrust this information to all of you.
できれば俺の身元は割れませんように。
「 After praying to the powers that be, I close IRUO.
秋は何をやっても平凡止まりなのよ。
That's what Misa said to me after she graduated, just as she was leaving the island. She was right. I couldn't be like my big sister. For as long as I can remember, all I could do was run behind her. I had excitedly go on about how amazing she was, watching from a distance. My older sister and I have always been a weird pair, obsessed with robot anime because of our dad. On days off, the two of us would shut ourselves away in Dad's study and watch old anime all day long. On nice days, we would go out into the yard and play out robot anime. We would use sticks on the ground as beam
エルゴだ。
sabers.
それは地球が持たん時が来ているのだ。
We were like a couple of boys.
いつか一緒にガンダムを作ろうよ、秋。ガンダム作れるの？今は無理だけど、いつか。ガンダムじゃなくてもいい。大きなロボットを。じゃあ、うちとお姉ちゃんでロボットを作って、それでね、貝に操縦してもらおうよ。いい考えね。だったらその時のために貝を今からしっかり鍛えておかないと。
But at the end of the day,
私はもう夢を追えないの。
that's what Misa said on the day that the Central Tanegashima High Robot Research Association became a club. It was the first time in my life that I had heard my older sister sound so weak. Her entire first year in high school, she worked endlessly to have a club. So why did she say such a thing on that day? I was just an elementary schooler at the time, but no. Even now, I still don't understand how she felt that day. It's possible that, much like me now, a lot of things happened that pushed her off the path.
ねえ、秋。あなたが私の夢を叶えてくれると嬉しい。あなたは私なんかよりよっぽどロボットのこと好きでいるもの。
I still remember the look on her face when she said those words to me. It was a little lonesome. It was a little sad. And it was on that day that my dream became set in stone. I would fulfill the promise I made with my beloved older sister. That's why I said it.
秋は何をやっても平凡止まりなのよ。
In response to those words,
お姉ちゃんの言う通りだけど、お姉ちゃんの夢はきっとうちが叶えるから。それまで東京で待ってて。お姉ちゃん。
I slowly open my eyes. In that moment, a single tear falls from the corner of my eye and runs along my temple. Was I crying? I immediately realize that I'm in my room and on my bed. A dream. Still half asleep, I rub my eyes. I slowly raise my body. It's been a little while since I dreamt about my sister. God, I really do have a sister complex. I love her way too much. Not that that's a bad thing. I'm just a hopeless little sister whose feelings for her cold sibling have gone unrequited for years. Through my pajamas, I tightly grip my chest. Deep inside, I feel the throb of a suffocating pain. Robot figures and plastic models line the nearby shelves. Among them, my gaze is naturally drawn toward one plastic model in particular. The first plastic model I ever got. A 1/100 master grade model red Zaku. Right next to it stands the Gundam that Misa got.
ねえ、お姉ちゃん。やっぱりうち諦めきれないよ。お姉ちゃんとの約束果たしたいもん。
Back then, how could I have known that pursuing a dream could be this painful, miserable, and inexcusable? Why does it have to be like this? Why can't things ever go well? My feelings come welling up in a mixed up jumble. I grasp my knees and plant my face into them. I buy 2 bottles of juice and head out onto the runway. It's there that Model 2 rests in the same position it fell in. With the release of Kimijima Report number 7, all the Kimijima reports will be copied limitlessly and will be spread out to the world. However, the IRI connected to the reports will not be shared due to debug. We'll monitor and report the situation as it continues to spread. Irie's funeral went well. I know you couldn't come because you're busy with work. Please at least send some prayers into the skies from Tokyo. Hug is kinda scary. Please figure out how to deal with this. This kind of accident can't happen again. Counting on you. Does anyone want to trade information about Kimijima reports that are trending right now? What is this? A game? The flags being so difficult made me laugh. Does the report open by clearing the flags? What was written on it? I succeeded in opening report 1, but looks like there is a 2. Can someone tell me what's on it? How many total? It's like a made-up story about solar disturbances, NASA being part of a conspiracy theory, typical stuff. Who is Kimijima? There wasn't a geotag like that until recently, right? Looks like there are people talking about Kimijima reports overseas. The word started trending today. Maybe it's a promotion for a movie. Can the Kimijima reports be an SOS from a cute little 2D girl who lives in the cyber world, and when you collect them all it becomes a game with sexy scenes? If so, I'll put everything into it. Not you, 3D. What I'm interested in is only 2D. I barely accept even up to 2.5D. Are there people who are actually trying to do the flags for the Kimijima reports? I just hacked through all of them, but they didn't have anything interesting on there. Those Kimijima reports are kinda like viruses, so I don't feel good about them spreading. If something snuck in there, all the phone droids in the world will be affected. Reading the Kimijima report reminds me of my old acquaintance. The things he did were very similar, and it makes me dizzy. There are others who suffer from the same Chu Uni Bio ailment in the world. Thank you for the conspiracy theory. If I were to comment on it, these reports are missing the detailed parts on how to start a magnetic substorm. It's missing the majorly necessary items to expose them. Akiho stands alone in front of her fallen hero. She has her hand on the robot's shoulder in an almost affectionate way. She stands in silence. From behind, Madam President of the Robot Club sure looks lonely. With the club gone, the two giant robots we built are to be disassembled at the hands of contractors. They're supposed to arrive here today to take them away. In truth, the VP told us we couldn't come here, but in what world would we actually obey?
ねえカイ
As I approach, Akiho speaks to me without turning
こ
around.
の子泣いてるように見えない？
さあ、
左足のすねのパーツがねぐにゃってねじれちゃってるの。痛いよ痛いよって言ってるように見えて、でもねそんなのうちのただの妄想だって分かってる。ロボットは意志なんて持ってないし、痛みも感じたりしないもん。スバルの怪我と一緒になんてできない。
Akiho takes her hand off of Model 2 and turns to face me. I understand as soon as I see the expression on her face. Akiho hasn't given up yet.
というわけでちょっと遅くなったけど部長っぽく最後を締めようと思うんで。カイ聞いててくれないかな。
どうぞ。
I shrug and prompt her to continue. Akiho looks up at the sky for a while. She raises one hand like she's about to take an oath.
中央種子島高校ロボット研究部は本日をもって解散します。皆様のご愛顧ありがとうございました。
She then respectfully bows. I get the feeling that patronage isn't quite the right word to use in this instance. But whatever. I clap my hands anyway.
で、
When I question her, Akiho sighs and hardens up.
あとはうちだけで何とかするつもり。
なんとかって？
ロボ部はなくなっちゃったわけだから個人の趣味ってことで何とかしようかなって。
She really hasn't given up at all. I had a feeling She still hasn't made her dream come true after all. But even then,
それが許されるとでも思ってるわけ？
許されるわけないと思う。ロボ部の不祥事なんだから、部長のうちが真っ先に責任取るべきなのに、まだ夢がどうとか言ってるなんて許されるわけないよ。スバルはうちのこと恨むかもしれない。傷ついてるジュンの心をさらにえぐることになるかもしれない。きっと教頭先生にはまた怒られるだろうし、スバルのお父さんに知られたら今度こそぶん殴られるかも。
それだけじゃなくて外野からもいろいろ言われるだろうね。きっと言われるだろうよ。姉さんは神童と呼ばれるくらい優秀だったのに、妹はけしからん何様のつもりだって感じで。例えば他の生徒の保護者とかさ、警察とか。怪我人が出るような危ないことなんだからこれ以上続けるなって。もしかしたら罵声を浴びせられるかもしれない。歩いてるだけで生卵が飛んでくるかもしれない。スバル君のお父さんには訴えられるかもしれないね。賠償金って話になればアキちゃんの両親にも迷惑かける。1号機の失敗の時はそれでもまだ仲間がいたけどさ、協力者だっていたしロボ部だってまだ存在してた。でも今回はわけが違う。味方なんて誰もいないよ。JAXA だって降りた。スポンサーもいない。学校の後ろ盾もない。教頭から圧力がかかるだろうから、当然蒲田のおっちゃんとかドクとかその辺の町工場も協力してくれない。アキちゃん個人でやってくつもりならお金だってない。仮に万博までに2号機を修理できたとしてもさ、それをアキちゃん一人で東京まで運べるわけ？どう考えても無理だ。続けられるわけがない。それでも諦めないの？
normally, if I hit Akiko with this much negativity, she would break. She would start to at least doubt herself, if nothing else. But instead,
諦めたくない。これはうちだけの自己中心的なわがままだって分かってる。全然空気読めてないもんね。不謹慎にも程があるもんね。きっとこんなうちの夢なんかには誰もついてきてくれないよ。それでも自分のやりたいことを強引に押し通して一人で無茶して頑張って、でも結局できませんでしたで終わっちゃうかもしれない。
それでも
Akiko tightly grasped her chest.
それでも前にも言ったでしょ。うちはお姉ちゃんに追いつきたい。それが一番の目標なの。
全部捨ててでもそれを目指すって。
ここまで来たんだから、あと一歩なんだから。これまでいつだってうちはバカでダメダメで発作持ちで褒められるところなんてまるでなかった。でもねカイ、この夢だけはどうしても譲れないの。絶対に途中で終わらせたくないの。
Good grief. Talk about having a thick head.
なるほどね。まったくその執念には恐れ入るよ。でもさ、俺アキちゃんのこと信用してないんだよね。
カイ、
無理だよアキちゃん。アキちゃん一人じゃどうにもならない。
そこまではっきり言わないでよ。そりゃうちはお姉ちゃんと違って平凡だし、人を引きつけるような魅力だってないよ。スバルみたいにロボット工学に優れてるわけでもないし、フラウボーみたいに
プログラムができるわけでもないし、ジュンみたいに空手やってたわけでもないし、カイみたいにキルバラが上手なわけでもないよ。何の取り柄もないって分かってるよ。それでもうちにはうちのどうしても譲れないものがあるんだ。誰に嫌われたっていいもん。これだけは貫き通すって決めたんだもん。
そんなアキちゃんの決断を信用してないって言ってるわけ。
はい。ねえ、どうしてそんなこと。
これまで散々毎日のように俺のこと振り回しといてさ、この後に及んで相談もなくアキちゃんだけで勝手に決められちゃったら。
秋のことよろしくね。
ミサ姉と約束した俺の立場がないでしょうが。
ねえカイ、カイも反対なの？うちと一緒に来てくれないの？
I sigh, and then
それは俺への頼みと受け取っていいわけ？
I put the 2 bottles of Skull in my hands on the ground. In their place, I pull my phone droid from its bag at my waist.
そういうことなら、アキちゃんさ、俺と勝負しなよ。
はい。
勝負だよ、勝負。キルバラの。それでアキちゃんが万が一にも俺に勝てたら、とことん付き合ってあげるよ。
そんなに嫌なんだ。そんなに。そっか、そうだよね。ごめんね。うち甘えてたかも。カイだけはいつだってどんな時だってうちの味方でいてくれるって思ってて。本当にごめん。うちの思い上がりだったね。
能書きはいいからさ。
I pay no mind to her and boot up Kill
や
Ballad.
るの？やらないの？
やっても無駄だよ。勝てるわけないもん。分かっててそんなこと言ってるんでしょ。
ごちゃごちゃ言わない。俺シンプルなのが好きなんだよね。だからさ、5分だけアキちゃんの本気の全力ってのを見せてよ。
Akiho bites her lip like she's holding back tears. Even then, she still pulls out her phone droid.
そう来なくちゃ。
一試合だけだからね。
分かってるよ。
I know all too well. This one match will decide everything. This will determine how me, Akiho,
Stream
and the
Elements
Robot Club will move
said,
forward.
Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
I crushed her.
これで満足？ひどいよ、カイ。こんなのちょっとしたいじめだよ。
万に一つの奇跡ってのを期待したんだけどな。もしこの状況でアキちゃんが俺に勝てたら、それってすごい奇跡でしょ。つまり神様のおぼし飯ってことになる。それなら続ける価値もあるかもって思ったんだ。
奇跡なんて起きないよ。たとえ起きたって勝てるわけないし。カイのバカ、もうほっといて。
She's really sobbing.
あ悪かったよ。
もういいよ。カイなんてどうせこれまでろくに手伝ってくれなかったし、カイがいてもいなくてもあんまり変わらないんだからね、バカ。カイなんて嫌いだ。こんにゃろー。
This is not good. She's totally lost control of her emotions. I'm not going to be able to get through to her for a bit.
アキちゃんさ、今日はもう帰りなよ。事後処理はめんどくさいけど俺がやっとくから。
カイこそもう帰って。うちなんかに付き合わなくていいから。うちは部長としてちゃんと最後まで責任全うする義務があるの。
Akiho then turns her back to me and starts climbing up the fallen Model 2.
パンツ見えるよ。
うるさい。
She grasps her knees and crouches down on top of Model 2. She's completely cut herself off. There's no point trying to get through to her anymore. It would just be a waste of time. She told me to go home, so I'll do just that. Her dream ends here. No matter how hard Akio struggles alone, there's a limit to what she can accomplish. But I'm sure that someday this setback will become a fond memory for her. Then she can find a new dream and work toward that. 3 months have passed since then. Looking back on things, it felt like a really busy 3 months. After graduating from high school, I left Tanegashima and started attending a prep school in Kagoshima-shi. I'm spending a year here. After that, I plan on taking the entrance exam for a university in Tokyo next year. Akiho remained on the island. After things went down, she did her best to repair Model 2 alone, but she couldn't make it in time for the expo. She started working part-time at Kamada Motors, so I bet she still hasn't given up. I applaud her tenacity, I guess. I haven't been in contact with Yuna or Subaru since the accident. I heard rumors that Subaru's surgery was a success though. Apparently he's taking time off from school for rehabilitation. Juna's completely shut herself down since then. She didn't attend our graduation ceremony, but she apparently refused her job offer at Space Candy. I hope the wounds in her heart heal someday. Frau returned to Tokyo last month. She said it was pointless to stay if she couldn't find her mom, and vanished from the hotel before I knew it. I heard Naysan also returned to Tokyo. Her work was unrelated to rockets, so there's nothing left for her there. As always, Gaijini haunts my phone droid. Irie has yet to show herself. Actually, I wonder what happened to the Irie that was in cold sleep. Did she wake up safe and sound? I've been seeing Misani in the news a lot less as of late. Maybe she's more focused on her position as a test pilot these days. The Kimijima reports were dispersed around the world, and millions of users got their hands on them. It's April now, and there's been no solar disturbance. No terrorism either. At least nothing big enough to make the news. Today, after multiple delays in the schedule, Tanegashima Space Center launched its first rocket in 6 years. They planned to broadcast it live on the internet, but that didn't end up panning out. In fact, the media didn't even pick it up. It was actually fairly bizarre. That's why I missed the launch. The black rocket, quite different from the old H-2A rockets, took off from the launch pad without me there to see it. I guess Akiho went to watch though. She posted about it on Twipo, which is how I found out about the launch. I casually glanced to the south, in the direction of Tanegashima. There's a very small dot of light rising into the sky. I know for a fact that's the light of a rocket. The rocket leaves behind a trail of smoke as it flies up into the blue sky. When I was little, I would watch launches from Uchugaoka Park with Akiho, Misani, and lots of native spectators. The thunderous roar of the flames, the cheers of the spectators. But now, I walk along the row of cherry trees lined up on Kagoshima. The rocket is so far away that it's just a dot in the distance. Yet still, just like Misani would do in the past. I shout out at that tiny dot of light. Phase 9, bad end, bad end. Oh no, I guess we should have lost. On purpose. Or something, right?
はい。
勝負だよ、勝負。ギルバラの。それでアキちゃんが、とことん付き合ってあげるよ。
そんなに回だけは。
だから
The moment the match ends, Akiho stares vacantly at her phone droid.
勝負あったね。
今うちが勝った？
うん。アキちゃんの勝ち。どうやら、もうしばらく俺はアキちゃんに付き合わなくちゃいけないみたいだね。
カイ、どうして？だって今のわざと。
そんなことよりさ、アメちゃんある？
飴？
いつものアメちゃん。
ある。
Akiho takes out a piece of space candy from her skirt pocket.
一個だけ。
ありがとう。今度返すよ。
When I go to take it, Akiho holds my hand with the candy. She then leaps into my chest.
カイ、本当についてきてくれる？うちの夢に最後まで一緒に付き合ってくれる？
ああ、付き合うよ。
That's the promise I made. I gently embrace her trembling shoulders. All the tension leaves Akiho's once stiff body as though she's finally relieved.
だからそろそろ元気を取り戻した方がいいよ。アキちゃん、さっき取り柄は何もないって言ったけど、無駄に前向きで明るいのは十分取り柄でしょ。それでいくらでも身を振り回せばいいんだ。
Akiho nods and slowly pulls away from me. She wipes her tears and smiles bashfully.
また二人だけになっちゃったね。
どっちにしろ万博には俺たちぐらいしか行けそうになかったんだから、あんまり変わらないさ。
そうかも。
I hear a truck horn in the distance. A crane vehicle drives onto the airport apron. Are they here to disassemble the robots? They're here a lot sooner than scheduled. Michi was supposed to be around for this, but he's nowhere to be found. The truck stops in front of the hangar, but an unexpected person jumps out of the driver's seat.
よ
トク、
うまったくガキが下がってんじゃねえぞ。
He saw us. I'm so embarrassed that I feel like my face could catch fire. Akiho apparently feels the same way, considering she's bright red and quiet.
それよりトクがうちらのロボット解体するの？
ああ、そういう発注が来たんでな。
その仕事受けたわけ？
ケチくさい仕事だがな。京都のババアがどうしてもってしつこくてな。
そんな。
だがよ、受けた後で気が変わった。
Doc's face wrinkles up as he bends his lips. Is that a smile?
俺の趣味でそこに寝てる2機のロボを直してみようと思うんだよ。どうだ、お前ら俺の趣味に付き合う気はあるか？
What a sly old coot. This was probably his intent from the start.
でもうちらトクに依頼するお金なんて。
バッケロー！だからロボ部はダメだっつってんだよ。
なんでうち怒られてるの？
こういうのはな、金じゃねえんだ、金じゃ。何が大事かわかるか？答えやがれ、ロボ部。
ロマン。
おお、それよ。
前と言ってること違うじゃん。あんなにがめつかったのに。
言ってることが違う？当然だろう。俺はな、乗り気になった仕事についてはただでもやり遂げる主義なんだよ。プロ失格ではあるがな。
ドクってロックだね。
わかるか？で、やるのかやらねえのか。
He looks at the side of Akiho's face. There was no point in even asking. Akiho nods her head as powerfully as possible.
やる。
おお、いい返事だ。そこの付き添い、お前はどうすんだ？
Still calling me that?
俺は昔も今もアキちゃんの付き添いなんで、アキちゃんがやるなら付き添うだけさ。
素直じゃねえな。
He punches my upper arm with his bony fist.
あ、ミッチーだ。
何やってんだ。先生だけ話を進めるんじゃない。
ミッチー遅い。
Our advisor comes jogging over to us.
おい、何も話してねえだろうな。
話したよ。
何？ いう時は子供が出しゃばるんじゃない。こっちにも立場ってもんがあるんだぞ。
悪いけどミッチー、うちらは諦めないから。
あ？何言ってんだ。
うちとカイト、それとドクでもう一度ガンツク2を直すの。それで万博に出るよ。そう決めたの。
諦めな光彦。ロボ部の頑固さは美咲譲りだからよ。
Michi looks up at the sky with an exasperated expression on his face.
なんじゃあ先生の取り越し苦労か。
What? What's Michi talking about?
ミッチー、
ドク、いくら必要なんだよ。おい、人を何だと思ってやがる。金でしか動かないと思ったら大間違いだぞ。昔はがめつかったろうが。
This is the same back and forth that Akihiko had earlier.
まさかドク、ただで修理する気か。金は取らねえよ。実はロマンの問題だからな。それにしたってロボを東京まで運ぶには費用がいるだろうに。東京でのホテル代なんかもかかるんだぞ。
その辺は考えてなかった。
たくよ。俺
Michi reaches into his track jacket and pulls something out. It's a bundle of 10,000 yen bills.
お金だ。
ちょっとミッチ、犯罪に手でも染めたの？
あのな、お前ら先生のことを何だと思ってやがる。学校から取り返してきたんだよ。
取り返してきた？どういうこと？
豆知識だがよ、こいつは正確にはお前らの金だ。忘れたのか？去年のロボワンで準優勝しただろうが。
I totally forgot. The 1 million yen we got as prize money was taken by the school to be used for next year's
ロ
funds.
ボ部はもう消滅したんだから、お前らに返さなきゃまずいだろうよ。
もしかしてミッチーも万博出店を諦めてないの？
ん？おう、お前らを説得する手間が省けてよかったぜ。
教頭にバレたらクビになるんじゃないの？
そん時はそん時だ。それにな、ちょうど東京観光をしたいと思ってたところなんだよ。俺、豆な。
How is that a pro tip?
で、この金だがどうすんだ。どこに渡して資金の足しにしてもらうか。
お願いします、先生。
そんなわけだ。頼むぜ、ドク。
Michi hands a bundle of bills to Doc.
任せな。この金であのブサイクなロボを東京まで運んでやるよ。
Well, look at that. A delinquent old geezer and a delinquent teacher. Who'da thunk?
ああ、これから忙しくなるぞ。何しろ時間はほとんどねえんだからな。付き添い、お前も今度はちゃんと手伝えよ。
へえ、俺はあくまで付き添いだって。操縦はやるけど、それ以外はちょっと。
軟弱なこと言ってんじゃねえ。
Stop yelling so much.
たぎってきた。うちは今猛烈にたぎってきたよ。あの人もこう言ってた。
Akihiko slowly climbs onto Model 2. She then looks at the 3 of her manservants.
戦士は生きている限り戦わねばならんのだって。
あきちゃん、パンツ見えるよ。
疾風怒涛の元気一発頑張れる。
She's not listening. Well, still, I'm glad she's gotten back some of her usual vigor. We've only got less than a month before we make landfall at Tokyo for the expo. I'm going to see Misuni this time, no matter what. There's a laundry list of things we need to talk about. Phase 10 Magnetosphere Transponder. I wake up to some weight on my shoulder. I glance to my side and find Akuho wrapped up in a blanket and leaning up against me, asleep. My back hurts so bad, I feel like I'm going to die. That's probably because I've been sitting for 20 hours straight. We took a ferry from Nishino-Omote Harbor to Kagoshima Harbor. From there, we've been driving at length along a highway. I've been doing nothing but sitting the entire time. It's pretty much torture. Luckily, I managed to take a nap. I'm not too worried about having an attack like when we went to Tokyo last year.
起きたかヤシオ。
うん。
In the driver's seat, Michi holds the wheel with a sleepy look on his face. He's been driving without anyone to trade places with. Just the sort of thing you would expect from a proud PE
見
teacher.
ろ、レインボーブリッジだぞ。
I raise my head and see a large bridge right in front of me. It's not quite dawn yet. Tokyo isn't nearly as well lit as it was last year. When we visited for Robo 1, the city was bright from night to early morning. Stores running late into the night had shining billboards, and I want to say there were more cars on the streets too.
去年の太陽嵐あったろ。あれ以来、節電のためによ。レインボーブリッジはライトアップ用の照明を5割ぐらい減らしてんだよ。これ、豆知識だ。
へえ。
The Rainbow Bridge was lit up more brightly last year. Its radiance hit me with some major culture shock. Now the lights are more modest, and because of that, its unique white appearance isn't quite as impressive. It's only been 4 months since the disturbance. They said on the news that complete recovery was still a long ways off. Still, compared to Tanegashima, Tokyo is crazy bright.
アキちゃん、アキちゃん起きて。もうすぐ着くよ。
I shake her shoulder lightly.
おはよう。腰が痛い。
なんちゃくだな、お前ら。
Michi turns on the blinkers. The truck carrying both us and Model 2 moves into the Odaiba interchange exit lane.
お台場よ、私は帰ってきた。
Reporting an update for the spread of the Kimijima reports. As of February 17th, 2020, 67% have spread worldwide. Total completion 11%. Germany passed 80%. Thailand confirmed start of spread. America 34% complete, showing a high percentage. Regarding the rental car, they said there was a memo left behind stating GSFR, true story. Someone figure out what that means, please. Made it. The land of the final battle. Tokyo. I have come back. Tokyo is a lot calmer than I thought. It's only been a few months since the solar disturbance. A lot more cheerful. Did you land yet? I'll be waiting at the venue. Tokyo has changed compared to last year. Feels like it's more restless. I don't like this atmosphere. Blog updated. Follow-up news. Minami Kogori mysteriously disappeared in Tanegashima. We received information from a person that worked at a car rental in 2015. Sounds like Minami Kogori was seen there after disappearing from Tokyo. Now it's clear why Frau Kojiro is there. The witness states that Kogori looked like she was scared of something. It was about 3 months after the mysterious death of the 13 gun barrel staffers. Witness was worried that Kogori was acting weird and might attempt suicide. A couple days later, a police officer who brought a picture of Kogori came to talk to them. Looks like they came from Tokyo to look for a missing person. But I have a question. Why would you take your time to come to Tanegashima to look for a person lost in Tokyo? Why not just report it to the police? The police officer from Tokyo is kind of suspicious. Since then, the whereabouts of Minami Kogori has been a mystery. The rental that she borrowed was discovered parked outside a place called Apoland. Unknown if any leads were left in the car. And one more thing. There was a curious post on a thread at channel at about the same time as when Minami Kogori got to Tanegashima, December 2015. Reporting, I saw 4 armed people at the Nagahama coast. Maybe it's the US Army practicing. I saw a runner boat, so I think they came by that. My intuition told me they are suspicious. The disappearance of Minami Kogori, I think, is related to US Army drill. I am confident that the armed men were Caucasian and not Asian. I think I will continue to follow the Minami Kogori case. Maybe we are getting close to the truth in this conspiracy theory. Kuro Kane should apologize to Frau Kojiro. Was there a source that Frau Kojiro isn't a terrorist? Kuro Kane, your skin is too thick. If the info on the article is the truth, it matches the message from Minami Kogori. Someone was getting chased. Or it can be another made-up story by Kuro Kane to match the story and to bash Minami Kogori's family. Why did Minami Kogori go to Tanegashima? That island doesn't have much. Maybe because there is nothing there. Sources at channel. Is Kuro Kane playing with us? Speaking of Tanegashima, what happened to the rumors about the cryosleep experiment? Probably fake news. Cryosleep, LOL. It's an urban legend. Seems like recently Tanegashima gets all the attention, like the rocket launch. There are lots more things making the news these days. Just a coincidence. Discovered all over the world, what are the Kimijima reports? I read a copy of the reports, but I stopped halfway because I got scared. I see them everywhere. Is it like a campaign for IRUO or something? If so, it's in bad taste. I wonder if anyone cleared all of it. I'm trying for the flag for report number 6. The flags for report number 4 are too hard. I read all 7 reports. Number 7 had no text though. I think that everyone should read this. At least till number 6. Then you'll understand what the danger the world is facing. We can't keep acting like this after reading the reports. So I'm taking action, telling people about the reports, passing out flyers, planning to do a march at the start of next month. I want everyone to participate. It's fake news. People taking it too seriously are crazy. Who spread it? Ko Kimijima. So whoever opened report number 7 spread it? But when it got sent overseas, it got translated to English, French, Portuguese, and even in Arabic. Who did the translations? Sensei excited for translations. Looking at the information provided, it correctly states what is going on. I can't believe it was written 10 years ago. Sounds like a prophecy. I would have laughed it away 10 years ago, but reading it now, it gives me the chills. There is nothing to prove that was written 10 years ago. That's it. Another solar disturbance is coming. Does the Committee of 300 really exist? They sound like the real culprit, but can't find anything about them. It was like a month ago, right? It spread out this much in a month. I believe the info on the reports, so there will be another solar disturbance coming. For sure. Gotta prepare for it. I want the government to do something. If a magnetospheric substorm hit, it's going to be worse than last year's major blackout, right? Someone do something. If this many people read this, I'm pretty sure someone will deal with it. What we can do is to spread the reports more and let more people know. It's early in the morning here in Odaiba, and Akiho is already yelling. She's hit peak energy levels, like her drowsiness from earlier was just a lie. Well, a lot happened in the last month. I get how she feels. Subaru's accident, Mizuka-san's death, the destruction of the Robot Club. And despite all that, she dove deep into repairing Model 2 so that she could see her dream through to the end. The VP was enraged every time she ran into Akihō. The other students at school would talk crap about her behind her back. Akihō knew this would happen. She knew she was being selfish. She said so herself, but saw things through anyway. And she just barely made it in time for the expo. But this is her level of energy after getting to Tokyo. She's not going to last very long. Akihō's shout from the soul draws the looks of people nearby. It's still early, but there are already lots of salarymen and office ladies commuting to work on foot. They all give Akihō irritated looks before hastily walking away. They seem to be on edge. Is it because today's a weekday? I guess from the perspective of an adult city-goer, some country bumpkin yelling in the morning would be pretty annoying. At the very least, if I was in their position, I would be annoyed.
見て見て、この辺もう全部万博仕様だよ。
Akihō doesn't seem to notice the atmosphere around her. With a light step, she heads toward the expo arena.
去年来た時はロボワン一色だったのにね。
She's right. Expo ads and posters stand out prominently all over the city. It's supposed to be a big event. But it's nowhere near as hustling and bustling as when we first came for Robo 1. The train station is closed down too.
メンテナンス中のため、2月21日まで全線の運転を休止します。だって。移動で見るとそう書いてあるよ。
Gotcha. It's an AR annotation message. They even go out of their way to recommend taking the subway or a bus as an alternative. Just a slightly unusual thing we noticed amidst all the normality. That's more than enough to remind us that the scars from the solar disturbance a few months ago remain. And according to the Kimijima reports, one of equal or even greater size is set to arrive this year. Just imagining it gives me a slight chill. As we near the expo arena, there are fewer and fewer people. Well, we've still got a little under a week left until the show starts.
会の方も完成してる。
The expo arena is actually divided into two arenas, Sky and Aqua. Last year, Robo 1 was held in Aqua. Sky was still under construction at the time.
でもスカイは万博には使わないって話じゃなかった？
ああ、そっか。
Use of Expo Arena Sky is restricted, in part to conserve electricity. At the start of the year, the governor said so. Originally, both Sky and Aqua were going to be used for giant robot exhibits from around the world. But it's been unexpectedly hard to get enough giant robots to fill the arenas, so both venues weren't needed. Aqua alone is pretty large after all, and while the world might be in the middle of a robot boom, well, given these trying times, there are a lot fewer companies and people that can afford to build giant robots. And it's not like they're all building robots specifically for the expo like us. But it's still kind of ironic that an expo arena isn't being used for the expo. The moment she sets foot into the arena, Akihō lets out a strange voice.
はい、すごい、すごいよ。大きなロボがたくさん。
Giant robots around 10 meters in height stand inside the arena. Over 10 of them even. If you include those still under assembly and those yet to arrive, that number will get bigger. Gathered in this arena are giant robots that are currently in development around the world as of 2020. I'm sure it'll be quite the spectacle when the full lineup is here. It's pretty amazing to think that the Robot Club's robot will be included among them. Reality finally hits me.
あきちゃん、よだれ出てるよ。
感動しちゃって。どれもクオリティ高すぎるよ。プロの仕事ってすごいよ。かっこよかったり可愛かったり、みんな個性的で、まるでロボットアニメの中に入ってきたみたい。当たり前のようにたくさんの大きなロボットがそこにいて、当たり前のように動くんだよ。それがフィクションじゃなくなったんだから。ちょっと涙出てきちゃった。これだけロボがいれば前期で力を合わせて地球防衛軍だって結成できるね。
戦う相手なんていないでしょ。宇宙人が攻めてくるとでも。
Besides, they aren't built for combat.
それ以前に宇宙人どころか現実に存在してる戦車とか戦闘機にも普通に負けるだろうね。
それはどうかな。性能の違いが戦力の決定的差ではないということを教えてやる。
性能差っていうより相性の悪さだよ。二足歩行の人型ロボは戦車や戦闘機相手だと相性が悪すぎる。
Tanks have long-range cannons. Fighter jets can hit and run. There's no way to deal with either. I doubt there's any opponent at all that humanoid robots have a clear advantage over. Anyway, there's no point in seriously thinking about this. The giant robots that appear in robot anime are always loaded with super tech from another dimension or whatever. They're not damaged when enemies hit them with attacks. That's got nothing to do with toughness. It's fantasy. It's still early in the morning, but the venue is already packed with a decent number of people. I see a lot of foreigners too. They must be servicing staff that came along with their respective giant robots. The enthusiasm in the air is tangible. Every person here is one of the top robot engineers in the world. Is it really okay for total amateurs like us to walk among such amazing people?
あ、見て。
Akiho tugs on my shirt sleeve and points at a certain robot. It's a large, black, multi-legged robot that looks like a spider. Considering how most of the other robots are bipedal, its frame is rather unusual.
エグゾスケルトン社のロボだよ。
そうなの。
コンセプトモデル。名前はスメラギって言うんだって。
The hatch on its torso is open, and what seems to be its cockpit is exposed. Is it really okay to openly display a company secret like this? The cockpit is just large enough to fit one person. Judging by its design, it's the kind of control system where you stand inside of it. There's an apparatus to secure the waist, and it seems to have master-slave gloves for the arms. Do you stick your hands into them to operate it? It's got 6 legs, so how does that work?
もともとのハゲとは随分違うね。これが介護補助にどう役立つんだろう。それともついに方針転換することにしたのかな。
だからただのコンセプトモデルだってば。今回の万博のためだけに開発した試作機みたいな意味なの。こんなのも作れますよみたいなアピールだよ。
Hugs were originally developed for medical support, but due to their versatility, they're used elsewhere. They've been adopted as sports and police equipment. They're even supplied to some military units, which is why I'm thinking that this spider robot might have been developed for military use. The Kimijima reports named the exoskeleton company as a manufacturer tied to the Committee of 300, so I can't help but view this thing in a negative light.
で
And of course, the high school girl next to me has a glimmer in her
お
eyes.
姉ちゃんはさすがにいないか。
The Exoskeleton Company booth isn't just the spider. They'll be showing off the latest hug model, for example. Lots of staff are busy constructing the space. However, there's no sight of Misani among them. When we reach our booth spot, Michi and Mr. Candy, the Naga Fukada family combo, are waiting for us. The booth space allocated to us hasn't been prepared at all yet, so it's just kind of sad to look at. As far as I'm aware, Mr. Candy was set to arrive in Tokyo yesterday by plane. I thought he withdrew his sponsorship, especially after Subaru's accident, but upon learning that Akiho hadn't given up, he offered his help once again. Considering how much he had already invested, he didn't have much money to offer. Though, if anything, we're grateful that he offered manpower over cash. Model 2 was split between two large trucks for transport. The drivers were Michi and a Space Candy employee. On top of that, he hired several workers to assemble Model 2 here at the venue. Thus, the Space Candy logo is still stuck prominently to Model 2's body. He uses his big hands to slap me and Akiho on the back. Exactly what kind of spirit is that?
よしお前らトラックは2台とも搬入口につけてあるから今日中に運び込むぞ。
よーし、やるぞ。やいらーき。
In order to transport Model 2, we basically had to completely take it apart. We have 5 days to do this. And then it's game time.
ここが当面の間のお前らの宿だ。
The expo arena looked really big, but it might be a little crowded thinking about multiple robots that are 10 meters plus lined up. I wanted to do it outdoors if possible. Can't though since it's a long event. Check the venue, heading to the hotel. This time is coordinated perfectly. The man who can learn from his last mistakes. Me, Mitsuhiko Nagafukada. At least let me know if you got to Tokyo. Make sure you support Akiho-chan. That night, after going out for tasty yakiniku with Mr. Candy, Michi brought us here. It's a super high-class hotel right in front of Odaiba Station, a stone's throw away from the expo arena. After checking in at the front desk, Michi puffs up his chest with pride at us.
何アホ面してやがんだ。先生はな、今回に関してはかなり頑張って宿を取ってやったんだぞ。ロボワンの時お前らから散々文句言われて、先生はむちゃくちゃ傷ついたんだ。これ豆な。
ミッチーはそんな繊細な心の持ち主じゃないでしょ。
確かにこのホテルはすごいけど、すごく高そうだよ。こんなところに半年近くも滞在できるの？
おいおい、半年もホテル住まいするつもりとか、どこのセレブだお前ら。予約したのは2週間分だけだっつうの。
That's all.
それでも50万近くかかったんだぞ。分かってんのか？
島の宿なら1泊5000円とかが普通なのに。
金は先生のポケットマネーから出てる。感謝しろ。
そりゃ嘘だね。どうせアメ社長に出してもらったとかそんなところじゃないの。
さあな。
50万もあるなら無理せずに安い
いところを長く借りればよかったのに。こんな高級なところ逆に落ち着かないよ。
そもそも2週間ここに泊まった後はどうするわけ？
その後はな、いいか、よーく聞いとけよ。ズバリ人脈を頼る。東京在住のロボ部 OB/OG 連中がいるだろう。瀬宮姉とか、あと後輩連中だと宮田とか柳本あたりが東京住まいだったはずだ。
We've never met anyone named Miyata or Yanagimoto.
そいつらの家に押しかける。
I was a fool for hoping.
計画性ゼロってことじゃないの。何が頑張っただよ。
心配すんな。その辺の交渉は先生がしてきてやるから。
Which means he hasn't said a word to them yet.
お姉ちゃんのところには明日行ってみるつもり。住まわせてもらえるかどうかも聞いてみる。
よし、いいぞ。じゃあそっちは任せる。先生は他の連中に連絡取ってみるからよ。というわけで、俺。
He hands me the room key.
しばらく戻ってこないかもしれんが、万博の開幕日には顔出すからよ。
で、どこ行くつもり？
大人にはな、いろいろやることがあるんだよ。これ、豆な。会場にはおじきやバイト連中がいるし、別に問題ないだろ。じゃあな、しっかり休め。
ミッチ、ちょっと。
Michi waves his hand and exits the lobby without listening to Akiho's attempt to stop him.
信じられない。スバルの事故の時、あれだけ監督不行き届きだなんだって土下座してたのに、監督するつもりなんて全くないんじゃん。
He hasn't learned his lesson at all.
OB と交渉してくるっていうのもどこまで本当なんだか。実は東京観光したいだけなのかもね。
やっぱり頼りにならないな。でも前みたいにいきなり路頭に迷わずに住んでよかった。こんな都会っぽいホテルに泊まるの、実は密かに憧れだったんだ。そのことだけはミッチーに感謝しとこうっと。あれ、カイ？どうしたの？表情が引きつってるけど。
アキちゃん、楽しみにしてるところ悪いんだけどさ、俺今気づいちゃったんだよね。
I hold up the room key at eye level.
ミッチ、鍵を一つしか渡してくれなかった。
つまり？
予約した部屋は一つだけっぽい。
The moment I enter the room, I'm overwhelmed by the excessive extravagance. And this is apparently the cheapest level of room at this hotel. Tokyo is terrifying. What the hell do the suites look like? Anyway, after taking a look around the room, both of our eyes are naturally drawn to the same place.
カイ、ベッドが一つしかないよ。
これってさ、ダブルベッドってやつじゃない？二人用のベッドだよ。
なるほど。
This silence is really awkward. I look out the window. In the dark, it's like the expo arena is floating. The light leaking out tells the story of people still working there.
うちはいいよ。
あ？
うちは平気。カイは？
ああ、別に問題なし。
We've been together since forever. There's nothing all that weird about sleeping in the same bed together.
よかった。
Akiho glances bashfully at me, then dives into the bed.
このベッドすごいよ。ふかふか。
She then rolls over and stretches out.
タイムをやる？
試してみようかな。
I quietly lie down next to Akiho.
確かにふかふかだ。寝心地よすぎて逆に落ち着かない。
うん。
はあ、
The room is quiet. There's a highway running next to the hotel, but thanks to solid soundproofing, I can't hear a thing, which means the only thing I can hear is our breathing. It almost feels like we're the only ones in the entire world. There's no place on the island that's this quiet. It's not like it's super loud there with cars, planes, and people. It's not. Instead, it's the constant sounds of nature, the sound of wind blowing, trees rustling, and insects chirping.
ねえ、カイ、
うん、
島のみんな怒ってるかな？うちらだけでガンツク2を持って東京に来たことはみんな怒ってるよね。
だとしても構わないって覚悟して出てきたんでしょ。
うん。なんだか遠いところまで来ちゃったな。
早いところ次の泊まるところを見つけないとね。ミッチーは当てにならない。
そうだね。明日お姉ちゃんに会えるかな？
The plan is to drop by her place. We made that decision before coming out here. We left messages on her voicemail and some texts too. But in the end, she never got back to either of
会え
us.
るなら、アキちゃんは何年ぶり？
7 年。
そう。
They were so close when she was still on the island. What happened?
早く会いたいな。それでね、ここまで来たよっていうの。カイと一緒にいろんな人の協力があってここまで来られたよって伝えるの。
ああ、
That would be one hell of a heartwarming sight. Even way back in the day, seeing the two of them always put a smile on my face. However, I have more serious business with Misani, something that I doubt Akiho would like very much. I don't like the thought of ruining Akiho's smile.
うん、
It didn't take long for all the excitement to take its toll on Akiho. She's fast asleep. She looks totally defenseless like that. She never even considered the possibility that I could be some creeper dude. Of course, I'm not. I'm not that guy. Look at me getting all nervous thanks to Michi's blockheadedness. I'll never get to the top like this. Hell, Naysan will probably pass me in the rankings.
お姉ちゃん。
This girl really does have a sister complex. I impulsively give her cheek a gentle stroke. She's just too charming. It's warm, soft, and
明
smooth.
日ミサ姉に会えるといいね。
うん。
Then Akiho suddenly grabs the hand I was using to stroke her cheek with both hands.
起きた？
She starts brushing her cheek against her hand. She starts brushing her cheek against my hand like a cat. Given how comfy she looks, I decide to leave her be. I want to grab some sleep too, but I'm not actually tired yet. I guess I'll just play some KB and... Right, I can't play Kill Ballad with one
な
hand.
んてこった。
I sigh and close my eyes. As much as I want to, it might be nice to get some sleep without playing KB. I hear a sound. It's a sound of rain. I guess it's storming outside. In that case, I've got to go to school by bus, so I have to leave earlier than usual and meet Akiho at the stop. Wait, my bed is crazy soft. Was it ever this comfy? My alarm clock hasn't rung. What time is it right now? When I open my eyes, I'm greeted by an unfamiliar ceiling. Oh, right. This isn't Tanegashima. It's a hotel room in Tokyo. I finally remember the situation I'm in. I don't have to go to school. Thank goodness. I close my eyes to go back to sleep, then open them immediately. Akiho should be sleeping next to me, but she's nowhere to be found. Also, despite sounds of rain, there's sunlight beaming in through the window. Oh, Akiho must be taking a shower. It's 7 in the morning according to the clock. She's sure up early. Must be excited. I close my eyes and listen to the sounds of the shower. My brain still isn't running right. I could probably sleep for another hour. Then I'll take a shower myself. A nice hot shower.
かい。もしもーし。頑張るグランドタックル。
Something crashes on top of my body, knocking the wind out of me. I open my eyes to find Akiho hanging over me. Reporting an update for the spread of the Kimijima reports as of February 18th, 2020. 68% have spread worldwide. Total completion
Stream elements.
12%.
Said. Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
England passed 80%. Egypt passed 50%. Kazakhstan confirmed start of spread. Kazakhstan, that's not one you hear very often, right? I'm up. Been a while since I got this much sleep. Maybe because it was a nice hotel. Hotel power is amazing, though I was a bit nervous in the beginning. Bringing my game face. Gotta force myself to feel more motivated. But first, shower time. I should have gone to Tokyo too. It's not a good sign to think this way. Maybe I'm a little emotional. I'm just a bunch of broken parts in the end. Fortunately, my will to build doesn't know when to stop, so I guess I'll dive into that. When our eyes meet, she gives me a satisfied smile.
おはよ
おはよう。重いからどいてくれない？
I sluggishly lift my body as she frees me.
いきなり何するんだよ。
うかいって眠りが深いんだね。結構いろいろいたずらしたのにちっとも起きなかったよ。
おいおい、何したわけ？
昔と同じだよ。ほっぺたツンツンしたりとか、髪の毛ぐしゃぐしゃしてみたりとか、鼻をつまんでみたりとか。
Can't she just let a poor guy sleep in peace?
俺をアキちゃん家にあるジオングと一緒にしないでくれない？
Xiong is the name of a big cushion in Akiho's room. I have some questions about her naming sense, but whatever. She seems to really like it. I still don't know exactly what it is. The only thing I know is that the white cushion has a strange face drawn on it.
さあ、そろそろ起きて。シャワー浴びておいでよ。それから朝ごはん食べに行こう。今日はお姉ちゃんに会うんだから、カイもちゃんとおめかしすること。
はいはい。
My best. She's hyped. But the more hopeful you are, the more painful the disappointment is when things don't go right. I take a look at my phone droid. There's still no response from Misani. Misani's apartment is in Aoyama. After taking a bus to Shibuya, we took the wrong train and wandered all over Tokyo on the verge of tears. After going through Ikebukuro and Ginza before getting back to Shibuya, we gave up and called a cab. It took 2 hours to get to a place that would normally take 30 minutes. As for her apartment building, well, the entrance had an auto lock, and no matter how many times we dialed her room number, Misani never answered. We couldn't get in touch with her on our phone droids either. With little choice, we waited there for 4 to 5 hours, but it was pointless. We returned to Odaiba and grabbed a late lunch, by which I mean we went to the same burger joint we hit up last year.
大人はみんな忙しすぎてダメだよね。
Akiho sighs while chewing on French
うちら
fries.
なんかよりよっぽど自分勝手で心遣いができてない。ミッチーだってどっか行ったまま帰ってこないし。
Hey, you home? Can I come over? I'm going to come. Is she there? Will we be able to see her? I miss her. Where did everyone leave Model 2? Are they in the venue?
振り回されるうちらの身になってほしいよ。
アキちゃんさ、ちょっと愚痴っぽくなってきてるよ。
This is what happens when you get too hopeful. I prepared myself for the worst case scenario, so I'm not particularly shocked by today's outcome.
カイ、あのね、お姉ちゃんって本当に生きてるのかな。
は？
I end up staring at her in wide-eyed amazement in response to her absurd question.
あ、いや、そんなわけはないんだろうけど。でも、電話もメールもよこしてくれないんだよ。見るのはテレビを通してだけ。水かねえのお葬式に弔電をよこしたりもしてたし、存在してるのは間違いないんだろうけど、まるで実態がつかめないの。ちっとも近くに感じないの。だからたまにね、思っちゃうんだ。電話していつもみたいに通じなかった時なんかに、お姉
ちゃんらしき人はいてもお姉ちゃんはもう存在しないんじゃないかって。
こりゃ深刻だね。ついにアキちゃんがおかしくなったか。
だって
Misa-ni doesn't exist. I know that's not possible. I know for a fact that she's still alive. I never told Akiho about how I spoke to Misa-ni once last summer.
だってだとしたらここまで会えない理由って他に一つしかなくなっちゃうじゃん。お姉ちゃんに避けられてるなんてうち考えたくないよ。
Here we go.
ほら、ナゲットあげるから。
あのね、うちを何だと思ってるの？真剣に悩んでるの。ナゲット一つで元気になんかならないから。
じゃあいらないの？
いるけど。
Akiho grabs one of the nuggets from my tray and tosses it into her mouth.
そうめげなくてもいいんじゃない？チャンスはいくらでもあるよ。万博は長いからね。エグスケ社だって万博には出てるわけでしょ。それならあれだけ有名なミサ姉も一度は顔を出す。ミサ姉が会場に来ればそれだけで話題になる。俺たちはこれから毎日会場にいるわけだし、ミサ姉が来たと分かったら即突撃すればいい。
妹なのにそこまでしないと会えないなんてなんか寂しいな。
She says as she sips on her cola loudly.
でもカイの言う通りだね。チャンスはいくらでもある。その日が来るまでうち全力で突き進むよ。まずは開幕までにガンツク2の組み立てだ。
She suddenly stands up and shouts, prompting the other customers around us to give her strange looks.
すいません。
The next day, I take some time off in the afternoon and head back to Shibuya. This is my second time in Tokyo, but my first time traveling alone here. Akiho seems suspicious, but I manage to dodge her questions. My destination? A certain hospital. Why? I heard that Airi Yukifune is hospitalized there. At the nurse's station, I asked for her room number. It's on the top floor in the far corner of this giant building. I knock, but there's no answer. Upon knocking again, I'm still met with silence, so I slowly open the door. Our eyes meet. Sitting atop the bed is a lone girl staring at me. I steel myself and fully open the door.
入っても？
The girl, Airi Yukifune, nods her head ever so slightly. The room is totally barren. There's one bed, a TV, and a shelf. She doesn't even have any flowers at her bedside. It's undeniable. The girl in bed is Airi. The thawing process must have been a success. Before coming to the hospital room, the doctor in charge of her explained it to me in detail. She's in good health. She'll have to stay here for a while due to her prior disease, but the cold sleep left no after effects of note. Airi exists. She's right here. She has a real body. She's breathing. She really exists. As someone who spent half a year with her AI equivalent, you can imagine just how profound this is for me. I want to try touching her hair, her skin. I don't mean that in a lewd way. It's a pure desire to confirm that she's really there, that she exists. Touching her through the LCD monitor of my phone droid, Irie was always hard. She's actually 25 years old, the same age as Michi, Misani, and Mizuka-san, but she looks like a junior high school kid. That's all because she was that age when she entered cold sleep. I gotta say, meeting her like this is kind of anticlimactic. She might be the first human subject to experience artificial cold sleep in all of history, after all. I figured she would be surrounded by scientists all day, every day, cords connected to her and gathering data.
あの
Irie, or should I call her Irie-san, seems guarded, especially after my sudden visit. I have to remind myself this isn't the same Irie-san that I knew for half a year. Of course she wouldn't know me.
ごめん。なんて自己紹介すればいいかな。俺、装置の中で眠ってる君を見つけて、君を目覚めさせるきっかけを作った人間ってことになるのかな。
This is kind of a weird self-intro.
そうなんですね。ごめんなさい。迷惑をおかけして。
あ、いや、
Irie-san's expression is dim. Maybe she didn't want to wake up. Almost 10 years have gone by, but if they haven't found a cure for her illness yet, this was all pointless, which would make me a real jerk for dragging her out of that thing. According to the doctor in charge, her mom's whereabouts are unknown. No family has come to visit her. She's all alone in this world. The Irie-san of today leapt forward 10 years into a completely foreign world. When I think about it that way, the inside of my chest throbs with pain. What have I done? Our conversation fizzles out quickly. Of course it does. We don't share anything in common. Naturally, she doesn't have any AI memories. But even still,
顔を見に来ただけだから。辛いかもしれないけど、元気そうでよかったよ。それじゃあ帰るんで。迷惑だろうから、もう二度と顔は出さないよ。
I do my best to force out a smile as I try to leave the room.
はい。
お名前を聞かせてくれませんか？
ヤシオカイト。
ヤシオカイトさん、来てくれてありがとう。目覚めてから面会に来てくれたのはあなたが初めてでした。
また来ても
いいんです。大丈夫ですから。
She doesn't want me to worry about her. I should probably swing by every so
最後
often.
に一つだけ。今日の天気わかる？
Irie-san tilts her head. She looks outside the window, then back in my direction.
外は晴れてるみたいですけど。
そう。どうも。
Unable to endure it any longer, I leave the hospital room as though I'm running away from something. I'm back in Odaiba, but I don't feel like heading over to Akiho yet. Starting assembly today. A little worried all by myself. Makes me think they might not come back. Let's do this. I'm already in Odaiba, don't worry. That moment when your mouse suddenly did there's my mouse. There you are. On the way to the arena, I gaze out at the flow of cars from a bridge above the highway.
ゲージネイルゲージネ
Weird. She always responds when I call out to her. I boot up IRUO on my phone droid. As far as I can tell, there's no sign of Gaijini anywhere nearby. She's still linked to my phone droid. So she should be able to appear here, not just on Tanegashima. If nothing else, I know she was with me at least 2 days before I left.
おーいゲージネ
I call out to her again, but she still doesn't respond. This has never happened before. Did they do more maintenance? Did she get erased? With the Kimijima reports public, the Committee of 300 may have pressured Happiness for You to erase her. It's possible. I wonder if there's a way to see the thingies. Words are hard. I don't see one. It's just the tips. You would think maybe it'll be in tips, but unless they do unlock tips when we see them, but I don't know. I wish there was a way to double check how many of them we have, like with the tips, because we're not missing many tips either. How many tips are we even missing? We're missing 168, 156, 143, 108, 121, 79, 72, 57, 55, 46, 40, 34, 32, 24, 17, 17, and 7. So we're missing, what, 16? 16 out of 217. Kind of wish I could see the... There was a time in which having Irie engaging me around all the time was kind of a bother, but... Well, now that they're not here anymore, it's kind of lonely. Maybe, the address book over here? Nope. Because that says it, but I feel like it, geotag, that's the word. I feel like we got that geotag before, but it was green, which means we didn't. So is there not a way to, I don't know, see all the geotags we've gotten? Doesn't look like it. It's kind of annoying.
そろそろ戻るか
I'm sure Akiho is doing her best to assemble Model 2 right now. I should help out at least a little this time. I tuck away my phone droid and head for the expo arena. That reminds me, I wonder if they sell Skull in Tokyo. I'll swing by a convenience store on the way over. For several days afterwards, I forget Misa-ni, Irie, and Geiji-ni, instead focusing on constructing Model 2. I'm not used to assembly work, so it took everything I had to do the work Akiho ordered me to do. I'm pretty incompetent at basically everything aside from fighting games. Mr. Candy stood by and watched as I worked, occasionally scolding me and yelling things like, "Not enough impact." That brings us to the present, the day before the expo opens. Reporting an update for the spread of the Kimijima reports. As of February 21st, 2020, 70% have spread worldwide. Total completion 12%. Netherlands past 80%. Ivory Coast past 60%. Completion rankings: first is Japan, second America, third France. Just saw something disturbing. I will accept the criticism, but I still want to fight with Gun Barrel because it's my favorite robot anime, because it's the robot Big Sister chose. Got to go on a business trip. I love you, my wife. I know it will be lonely by yourself, but it will only be for a short time. Going to go now. Finally, Tokyo Expo 2020 is about to start tomorrow. Impactful giant robots will welcome you. It's finally tomorrow. I'm excited, heading to Odaiba first thing in the morning. Odaiba is going to be full of people. Just please remember the venues at Shinagawa and Toyosu too. If you want to enjoy stages from other countries, go to Shinagawa and Toyosu. For the giant robots, go to Odaiba. There is no reason not to go to Odaiba. This month, the amount of people are going to be crazy. Need to schedule around Golden Week. I want to go. I envy the people living in the Kanto area. It's rough for those out in the country. They were showing the footage from the day before opening, and the impact from seeing all those giant robots was crazy. Can they do a Robo 1 tournament using those giant robots? I want to try to operate one. Do they have that? Don't be all jolly. I told you, Tokyo has not yet recovered from last year's solar disturbance. To be honest, we shouldn't be running an expo. Hurry and cancel it. When the Aqua liner opens up, you'll be able to go to Odaiba from Haneda and Narita non-stop. As a Komima regular, that's super helpful. I was just looking at the pamphlet and noticed this, but who are Tanegashima Robot Club? The description states a giant robot created modeling Gun Barrel. I can't believe that they are bringing that propaganda anime to the expo. I don't think they are reading the atmosphere bringing Gun Barrel right now. I mean, I guess it can't be helped since they started building years ago. Gun Barrel has rumors that the staff mysteriously died, and the director is still missing, right? It might get banned overseas. So rude to bring a robot modeled off a robot anime full of scandals. People died. I'm going to report them now. If they're still attending, I'll go there myself to destroy it. I feel that there will be trouble. The date is about to change over. Akiho bows her head to me and the other workers who have gathered around. What was the hardest thing about assembling Model 2? The fact that it can't be assembled standing up. The TNSC had a ceiling crane, but unfortunately this venue has nothing that convenient. Which obviously means that since it's assembled lying down, we had to figure out a way to stand it up. With the booths around us basically finished, we couldn't bring a crane in. While we were on the island, we had Frau add a motion that would allow it to crouch from a sleeping position. Frau was against us forcing our way into the expo, but she still agreed to help us out. Since Juna was unavailable, the motion was designed entirely by Frau. As a last resort, we moved the parabolic antenna to the waist, allowing Model 2 to be powered even while lying down. Akiho triumphantly pulls something out. It's a tube about a meter in length. It's also equipped with a trigger. Akiho puts it up on her shoulder and poses. The thick cord extending from the end of the tube is connected to a large power generator next to it.
昨日届いたの。お父さんの知り合いが試作してくれたコンパクト型レーザー送電銃。すごく高いらしいんだけど、特別にタダで借りた。
銃っていうより見た目は完全にロケット砲だね。
毒の作った物騒な銃座よりはずっといいでしょ。これならうちだって持ち運べるし、送電中に移動だってできるんだよ。
Akiho has everyone stand back before she starts transmitting power to the parabolic antenna.
レーザーキャノンスパーク。
Glaring laser light silently surges from the end of the tube.
カイ、ガンツク2の電源入れて。
As ordered, I turned the robot's power to on from my phone droid. Simultaneously, Model 2's motors enter their neutral positions and lock up.
それじゃあ起こして。
Model 2's control priority is currently with my phone droid. Rise up and crouch is a single move set, and putting one command will make it perform the moves in succession.
行くよ。
I quickly input the command. Model 2 then raises both its knees and uses its arms to nimbly transition into a crouching position. Mr. Candy and the rest of the workers applaud for us.
なかなかのインパクトじゃ。見ろ見ろ、ロボの胸に三千と輝く我がスペースアメのロゴ。これで東京での一般流通に載せられるな。
By the way, there's no Space Candy logo if you look at AR gun barrel via IRUO. Now that Model 2 is safely crouched down, Akiho moves the parabolic antenna, bringing today's work to an end. All that's left is to wait until the main event. This also means all the workers are done as well. We politely thank them all, and they pack up and leave. Mr. Candy apparently has a business meeting to attend, so he leaves as well. Only Akiho and I are left. We both look up at Model 2. What a sight! Model 2 is stable and on standby in its crouching position. But man, it's neither cute nor cool. Regardless, even though I only really helped out at the end, even despite how lame it looks, I feel attached to this
ス
dude.
バルにも見せてあげたかったね。
Akiho mutters softly.
スバルだけじゃない。ジュンやフラウボーやドクやナイさんやお父さんや、このガンツク2のために協力してくれたすべての人に見せてあげたかったな。
明日開幕したらしっかりパフォーマンスしてアピールすればいい。それが認められたらきっと取材も来るだろうし、それが島でも流れるかもよ。
それはたぎるな。そうなってくれるといいね。
注目されればミサ姉だって気づいてくれるだろうし。
うん、そうだね。
Akiho then stretches her arms out. It's like she's trying to blow away all the uncertainty in her heart.
スタッフジャンパーとか用意しておけばよかったな。アメ社長に頼んで作ってもらえないかな。ってダメか。それじゃあ普通にスペースアメ社のスタッフジャンパーになっちゃいそう。
アキちゃんは学校の制服着るのはやめようって言うからだよ。
だって一応うちらは中種ロボ部じゃなくて元ロボ部なんだし。
Central T. Yeah, that's her abbreviation for Central Tanegashima High.
教頭先生に反対されちゃってるんだし、さすがに学校の名前背負っては出られないよ。
へえ、アキちゃんもそこまで考えてたなんてちょっと驚きかも。
これ以上は誰かに迷惑かけたくないから。
Akiho smiles sadly.
ねえ、カイ。
緒に来てくれてありがとう。これからもよろしくね。
少なくとも万博が終わる半年後までは付き合うよ。俺はアキちゃんとの勝負に負けた身だからね。
うちらは最高のパートナーってことで。例えるならノアとアスマ、うちがアスマでカイがノア。性別逆だけどね。
Noah? Asuma?
ってカイに言ってもわかんないか。
悪いね、これが俺なんで。
うん、いいよ。
Akiho laughs, then takes her usual
疾
stance.
風怒涛の元気一発頑張れる。
I don't think Aki-chan will ever get tired of yelling that line.
ほら叫んでないで。明日に備えてホテルに戻るよ。
あ、待ってよ。
Akiho hurriedly chases after me as I start walking off. I would be lying if I said I wasn't excited. It's finally happening. Tomorrow, Tokyo Expo 2020 begins.
カイ、カイ。
I hear a voice calling to me. I can just barely see something in the darkness. Legs wearing a white hug. For some reason, everything from their waist up is shrouded in darkness. The silhouette is hard to make out. I know it's Mizuka-san, but I can't see her
どう
face.
してあの時助けてくれなかった。目の前で見てたのに冷たいじゃないか。どうして見捨てたのさ。
I tried to save you, but I couldn't. There was nothing I could do by myself. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that I couldn't save you. Deep within my heart, I cry. I cry and apologize over and over again. Then the figure wearing the hug vanishes. She suddenly disappears from my sight, just like how it happened before. I can still clearly remember Mizuka-san's unmoving form below the cliff. When the accident happened, when I saw Mizuka-san's final moments, I realized something. All the news I saw on TV and on the net about solar disturbances hitting Tokyo and other countries, the rampaging hugs. I had thought it all to be someone else's problem. I was convinced that the flames would never reach me, but I was wrong. I realized that I had been naive. Tanegashima is a part of Tokyo and the rest of the world. It's not someone else's problem. It's not a story inside a video game. It's all part of
言っ
reality.
たはずよ。
In place of Mizuka-san's hug, I hear another voice from the depths of the darkness.
もしこれ以上関わるならきっと後悔することになるって。
Stop.
後悔したでしょ。
Please just stop.
あなたが忠告を聞かないからよ。
カイ、
When I open my eyes, I'm back in the hotel room. I'm breathing heavily. My whole body is soaked in sweat. My heart is pounding and I'm worried that I'll have an attack.
カイ、大丈夫？
Akiho was sleeping next to me in the dark room. She gives me a worried look. It was all just a dream. I take a deep breath.
嫌な夢だった。
But maybe that's how I truly feel somewhere deep down. As much as it pains me to admit it, I'm growing suspicious of her. Just that thought alone makes my heart feel like it's being torn open. I feel nauseous. Both my body and mind are trying to deny this truth as vehemently as possible.
昨日も一昨日もその前の日も一緒にここで寝泊まりするようになってからカイは毎晩うなされてるよ。
マジ？
I had no idea. Akiho grabs my arm tightly. She presses her forehead against my neck. I can feel her breathing and warmth against my skin.
カイっていつもヘラヘラしてて、あんまり何を考えてるか本心を表に出さないよね。苦しい時は苦しいって言った方がいいよ。うちはカイに弱音を聞いてもらってるからだいぶ助けられてるけど、カイはちゃんとガス抜きできてる？
アキちゃんが心配することじゃないよ。
うちにも弱音ぶつけてほしいよ。カイが苦しいなら力になりたいもん。うちなんかじゃ力になれるかどうかはわからないけど、それでも。
じゃあさ、もう今夜は眠れそうにないんで、徹夜で起きてるのに付き合ってくれない？
あ、うん、そういうことならうちに任せてよ。
Akiho jumps up from the bed and grabs her phone droid. She begins fiddling with it.
徹夜するときにうってつけのものがあるんだ。テンションも上がって一石二鳥なんだよ。
There's only one thing that could get Akiho so excited.
まさか。
そのまさか。
Akiho turns her phone droid screen to me. The gun barrel anime's opening starts playing.
徹夜で視聴マラソン。
はあ、アキちゃんらしいよ。
実はうちもね、さっきから興奮しすぎてちっとも眠れなかったんだ。だから一緒に見よう。
はいはい、分かったからあんまり大声出さないように。深夜だから響くでしょうが。
本当はね、お菓子とかあるとバッチリなんだけど、深夜に食べたりしたら太っちゃうから我慢我慢。
Akiho happily sits up in bed right next to me. We sit shoulder to shoulder, our legs sprawled out. It doesn't really make sense for the two of us to try to watch on a single, tiny phone droid screen.
ちなみに全話見るのはさすがに1日じゃ無理だから、とりあえず最高傑作と言われてる第2シーズンを見ることにするね。それでも朝までに最後まで見られるかどうか微妙だけど。カイ、第1シーズンの話は覚えてる？
いや、全然。
何度も見せたのに。じゃあ簡単にうちがあらすじを説明してあげよう。
Akiho's lively voice slowly dissipates the dark, murky feeling that had built up in my chest. I'm starting to calm down again. I guess everyone's gotta release some stress every once in a while. The tension begins to leave my body. I breathe a sigh of relief and lean up against Akiho's shoulder.
カイ、
俺汗臭い？
平気。
じゃあそのまま解説続けてよ。
As I listen to Akiho's voice, I close my eyes. If we stay up all night, will we be okay tomorrow? We gotta watch out for those pesky attacks of ours, after all. Well, I'm sure things will work out. Right now, I just feel like listening to Akiho's voice like this for a while.
はい、私は今東京お台場にある万博アリーナに来ています。見てください、この長蛇の列。ものすごい人の数です。今日ここで何が行われるのかと言いますと、そう、いよいよ東京万博2020夢創造博が始まるんです。昨年11月、太陽嵐災害が関東地方を襲い、大きな被害を受けました。万博も開催中止寸前まで行ったということなんですが、その困難を乗り越え、こうして無事開幕を迎えたんです。万博は品川会場、豊洲会場、お台場会場と都内の計3カ所で行われるわけですが、中でも一番の注目がここお台場会場なんですよ。今回の万博に合わせて羽田、お台場、東京駅、成田を直接結ぶアクアライナーも開業し、すでに始発から超満員です。さあ、その万博お台場会場の見どころなんですけれども、ズバリ大きなロボットです。今回の東京万博は別名ロボット万博とも呼ばれているほどでして、今世界中で競って開発されている巨大二足歩行ロボットたちがこの会場に勢ぞろいしているんですね。まさに夢の共演、大きなロボットの祭典、アニメの世界に入り込んでしまったような気分が味わえますよ。ファンファーレです。たった今、開幕を告げるファンファーレが会場に流れ始めました。そして、大きな拍手とともに入場ゲートが開きました。お客さんたちが続々と入っていきます。東京万博2020、今開幕です。
Just like on the news, guests begin to flood into the arena. Our booth is on the edge of the building, so most of the crowd has yet to get to our end. I see parents and children, couples, and groups of men pass along the aisle in front of me. Everyone is stunned. They're all looking upward. Other robots have already started their performances. The various exhibits each have a pretty large chunk of space. Each booth is about 30 square meters. Exhibitors are free to perform however they like. That said, dangerous materials and fire are prohibited. From our booth I can see the other exhibitors' robots walking, moving their limbs, transforming, and dancing. They serve to remind me of the gap between us. The stuff the pros paid for and made are on another level. The guests who came to visit are enjoying themselves while watching said performances. But sadly, we don't have a single guest hanging out around our booth. Reporting an update for the spread of the Kimijima reports. As of February 22, 2020, 71% has spread worldwide. Total completion 13%. Singapore passed 90%. Russia passed 10%. India increased by 420% in the past 24 hours confirmed. Pulled an all-nighter marathoning gun barrel. A little sleepy, but I got this. I wonder if Big Sister is watching. Finally, today is the opening day for Tokyo Expo. Tanegashima Robot Club exhibiting at booth R29. Please stop by. Kaido-kun, Akiho-chan, good luck. Oh, the expo starts today? I shouldn't be doing the laundry. Hello from Space Candy. It's time to show off the giant robot made in Tanegashima, Gun Build 2, featuring Space Candy. Space Candy fans in Tokyo, come to Odaiba if you want to see the shining Space Candy logo. Tokyo expo opened, all three venues have extreme lines. You don't need robots. Who is going to stop them when they go out of control? My son is pumped from the morning. This is my first time seeing my son with those shining eyes. Odaiba has too much people. The popular Konda and Toyota booths are like fully packed trains. Can't even move. Shinagawa and Toyosu look like they have fun stages. Odaiba is the first stop. You shouldn't go today. Even the Aqualiner is packed. Last time there was a guy saying that the robot boom will die from the hug accident. Is he alive? The giant robots is amazing to see. Super amazing that they move too. Feels like Gundam came to real life. End of report. Finally, reality caught up to anime. Odaiba is full of people, but you can rest in the corners of the venue. Check it out. There were some robots in maintenance and they kinda got me sad. I want to go after seeing the post from the people there. Tickets are expensive. Cute girl robots over giant robots. A life-sized maid robot. Hurry up and make them. Of course, the boobs have to be the softest possible. Don't worry about it. It shouldn't be an issue. But a giant maid robot would be acceptable too. There was an old eroge like that. That one was dirty. If it's 10 meters high and replicated a female's body closely, depends on price, but I would buy 3 of them. Life-size maid robot, service okay, is a man's dream. Wife, daughter, got both, but who gives? The reason science and technology have gotten this far is because of the military and the power of Arrow. If you have time to make a giant robot, make a cat ear maid robot first. Give me them about 140 centimeters high. I mean short, tig-bittied cat ear maids were my idols when I was younger. So I would like to support Orient Tea industry. Looks like Hashida and Saijo are ranting about something, but they're really stupid. Why do men have major hopes for life-size female robots? Plus, Hashida has a wife and kid. Oops, I said their real names, but oh well. There's a wall that 2D and 3D can't get over. 3D has no room for fantasies. 2D is ideal, but you can't touch them. You need to wake up. It's a mistake to expect 3D to be the same as 2D. So this expo, what I'm personally interested in is the Brainwave Control System by Psychotech Machine Company. It's a work-in-progress model, but it can trace the will of the pilot to the robot better than the master-slave OS. But if you use it for a long time, there's a concern that your brain confuses which is your real body. That means it can severely affect your mentality. Research is still needed in that area. A handful of people walking by us do, however, stop to remark on our robot.
何あれかっこ悪い
産業用なんじゃないの？
ちっとも動かないけど初日から故障？
実はそもそも動かなかったりしてな。
I can already hear people talking trash. It's true that our booth, robot included, is pretty simple and janky. It's not elaborately designed like the bigger, more expensive exhibits. We have one long table by the aisle. On top are Gun Barrel Production journal booklets detailing the club's history. It also contains behind-the-scenes shots from Gun Barrel's creation. It's fairly simple, reflecting that we're rookies. We can't use our club's real name, so we entered the expo as the Tanigashima Robot Club. That means we can't even brag about our link to Misani or our wins at Robo 1. Our robot is the only thing we can use to compete. And yet, Model 2 remains crouched inside of the booth.
おかしいな昨日はちゃんと動いたのに
どうにかならんのか。おじき、落ち着きなって。
強じゃん。解決できるなら10万までは出すぞ。
Guests have been flooding into the building. But Model 2 remains offline. At this point, we've come up with multiple reasons as to why that might be the case. One possibility is that the compact laser transmission gun is malfunctioning. After all, it's something we borrowed. Not even Akihō knows how the gun works. When she tried shooting the laser at Model 2's antenna, she said it felt like the laser output was weaker than before. Akihō's been holding the gun at eye level, inspecting it. Sadly, that's not enough to figure out what's wrong.
いっそバラしてみようかな。
やめときなって。元に戻せなくなって完全に壊れちゃうのがオチだから。
なんで最初からいきなりつまずいちゃうの？やろう。
アキちゃん、冷静に。それを作ってくれた人にはもう連絡したんでしょ？
折り返し電話がかかってくるはず。
そしたら状況を説明して解決策を練ればいい。で、今のところ俺たちはその送電銃についてはお手上げなわけだ。だったら他の原因がないか探ってみるべきでしょう。
他の原因。
今の俺たちにできることをやろう。ロボに詳しいのはアキちゃんだけだ。しっかりしてよ。
でも他って言われても。
Akiko stares at the crouched Model 2. Then she has what appears to be an epiphany.
パラボラアンテナ。
それが怪しいの？
昨日しゃがませた後でいじったのはそこだけなの。
Yesterday, we moved the antenna to its waist so that we could get Model 2 to crouch down from a sleeping position. After putting the robot into standby, it was returned to its original position on its back.
もしかしたら配線ミスがあるかも。ちょっと見てみる。
Akiko immediately begins to climb atop the robot.
何やってんの？脚立使いなよ。
とりあえず見るだけだからこれで平気。
Are you sure about that? I know the robot is crouching right now, but the antenna is still about 3 meters up from the ground. She could slip and fall at any moment. It's dangerous and it's making me nervous. I can hear laughter from around me. Guests passing through the aisle are looking at Akiko clinging to the robot's leg and snickering. Well, I figured this would happen. Anybody would look at the situation and chuckle. Akiko reaches the parabolic antenna and starts checking the wiring. The three of us can only watch from below.
どうした？
Akiko gives us an awkward smile, still clinging to Model 2.
間違えたっぽい。
間違えた？
配線つなぎ方間違ってたみたい。
その配線って昨日最後にアキちゃんが触ったところでしょ？
そう。
It was all just a careless mistake. Good grief.
それはどれぐらいで直せるんだ？
30分くらい。これから急いで直すから。悪いけど3人とも手伝って。
Mr. Candy's hired hands aren't here anymore. They were only brought in to help assemble the robot, which means during the expo, Akiko is in charge of all maintenance. She has nobody she can turn to for help. I'm basically useless.
脚立借りてきて。大きいやつ。
She didn't even prepare one beforehand. Geez, Akiko. I head over to the expo staff area and ask to borrow a big step ladder. As I walk through the arena, step ladder in hand, guests grumble at me. I apologize and try to hurry back to our booth. But sadly, the venue is already filled with people. The wide aisles are totally packed. This is the first time I've seen so many people concentrated in one place. It's impossible to walk in a straight line while holding this thing. I'm constantly being touched on my shoulders and back by people I don't know. As someone who grew up on a small island, this is a hell of an experience. The only time things ever got even
Stream
close to this
element.
crowded on
Said,
Tanegashima
Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
is during a festival. I hear the morning rush hour in Tokyo is ridiculous, but I've yet to experience that in my time here so far. There were lots of people at Robo 1 last year, but I was an entrant. I didn't have to fight through a crowd. Quite frankly, I just want to scream. I'm totally overwhelmed by the sea of human flesh. Meanwhile, nobody else seems remotely bothered by any of this. Tokyo's scary as hell. I thought as much last year, and that feeling has gone unchanged. Up until yesterday, it only took 3 minutes to get from the staff area to our booth. I've been walking for 10 minutes and I'm not even halfway there. I can't even go in the direction I want to go. This sea of people moves in waves and currents, and there's no pushing back against it. Plus, I'm carrying the stepladder to boot. I can't navigate through all this. Which, of course, leads me to being pushed and dragged in the wrong direction. Unfortunately, I end up at a booth with a huge crowd in front of it. The Exoskeleton Company exhibit is absolutely packed. The hug incidents and lawsuits have caused their rep to drop hard, but they still command lots of attention. Right now, the big spider-like hug at the booth, called Sumeragi, is wriggling its 6 legs around. It's actually kind of charming. When I first saw it, I thought it would be more creepy in action, but I was totally wrong. A companion girl holding a mic is explaining the control system near Sumeragi. Misani is nowhere to be found today. Since coming to Tokyo, Akiho and I have tried contacting her every day, but she hasn't responded once. I thought she would at least show up for opening day, but as I stare vacantly at the spider robot, the people around me begin to get irritated. You're in the way. Crap. They're right. Wait, I gotta hurry back to the booth. Looks like I'm going to have to force my way through. I push my way through the crowds of people, apologizing along the way. Nearly 40 minutes have passed since rewiring on the parabolic antenna began. Repairs aren't going well. Akiho is the only person who can fix it, and she's not as skilled as Subaru or Doc.
まったく男連中はただアキコちゃんの作業を見とるだけとは情けないの
Mr. Candy frowns and sighs.
おじきもな。
The president and Michi literally stand there with their mouths hanging open, watching Akiho work from below.
瀬宮妹、パンツ見えるぞ。
見えないよ。そのためのキュロットスカートだし。
いいか妹、こいつは豆知識だから、キュロットスカートは裾が広めだろ。だからな、角度によっては隙間から中が見える。
この変態教師バカ。
Good grief. If he's just going to bother here, he might as well hand out booklets to people walking around. What am I doing? Moving the honorary prez around in an attempt to draw people to our booth. But at the end of the day, it's just a hobby robot. Guests are here to see giant robots. There are less and less people passing by, too. We've literally been the object of ridicule for the entire time. I feel like an eternity's worth of time has passed. If this is what we gotta deal with on the first day, the next half year is going to be a real struggle. I just want to go home, or at least play some Kill Ballad. Literally from out of nowhere, a young guy I've never seen before runs up and kicks the honorary prez like a soccer ball. But before I can finish complaining, The guy has moved on to his next course of action. He holds up a plastic bottle of mineral water and flings it at Model 2. The robot is over 5 meters away from me and the guest. The plastic bottle flies in a wide arc toward Akiho working on top of the stepladder. The plastic bottle hits Akiho, causing her to lose balance on the stepladder. She swings her hands around trying to grab at the air, but ultimately ends up falling. I rush over in a panic.
無事。
なんとか。
Upon closer inspection, Michi is pinned beneath Akiho. I guess he tried to catch her.
ナイスミッチ、教師の鏡。おい、重いから早くどけ。
ごめん。
Akiho hurriedly stands up. She doesn't seem to have any major injuries.
頭とか打ってない？
平気。ミッチ、かばってくれてありがとね。
これでも先生は体育教師だからな。これ豆な。
That's not really a pro tip.
おーい！今ペットボトルを投げたのはドイツじゃ！
Mr. Candy's angry voice echoes through the area. The culprit flinches a little before angrily shouting back.
お前たちが頑張れるなんかをモデルにしたロボットを作るのが悪いんだ。不謹慎だろ。あのアニメの関係者は何人も死んでるんだぞ。そんな最低の作品のロボを万博に出してくれな。今すぐ消えろ。
The culprit says his piece, then rushes off. It's impossible to chase after him after he slips into the crowd.
なんか悲しいな。頑張れるってここまで嫌われちゃったのか。
It was only half a year ago that was hailed as a masterpiece.
ロボットに罪はないのにね。
アキちゃん。
心配かけてごめんね。配線あと少しでつなぎ終わるからすぐ済ませちゃうね。
本当に大丈夫？
平気だってミッチーのおかげでね。だから早くこの子を動かしてあげよう。どれだけ嫌われたってうちらが頑張って作ってきた子なんだもん。誰になんて言われようとうちらは胸を張ってこの子を動かしてあげなくちゃ。あの人もこう言ってた。誤解の生んだ想念が放出されたと思いたいな。気にするなって。
I don't really get what she's trying to say. Akiho energetically climbs back up the ladder, breathing through her nose.
あとカイ、種子島新さんを回収しといて。
Crap, that's right. The poor honorary prez rolled to the edge of the booth after getting kicked. One of its arms came off too. What a crappy thing to do. I'll have Akiho fix it later. I pick up the honorary prez and neatly put him away in his special case. And just as I finish, Akiho waves at me from the stepladder. She's totally defenseless and barely balanced. Don't blame me if you get another bottle thrown at you.
アキちゃん、いいからさっさと降りて。
Akiho climbs down and shoots me a small nod.
すぐに起動準備始めよう。
I nod in response and open the Kill Ballad System app. I have control. Akiho shoves the compact transmission gun into Michi's hands and goes to start the power generator.
よーし、盛大にインパクト重視で頼むぞ。逆境なんざ吹き飛ばせ。立てスペースアメロボ。
違います社長。頑張れる試作2号機です。
細かいことは気にすんな。
ミッチー、送電開始。
先生が。
Michi whines but nonetheless aims the transmission gun at the parabolic antenna and pulls the trigger. The laser fires from the end of the gun.
回ガンツクツ起動。
おいっと。
I switch the power on. All the joints in Model 2 begin to creak alive. A video feed of the inside of the venue appears on my phone droid's screen. I can see the other robots too.
動いた。出力は
Akio checks the telemetry on her own phone droid. Frau gave her the software.
出力正常。よかった。
After completing her task, Akiho rubs her eyes with the back of her hand. Then, after taking a big breath, she slaps both hands against her
うちは
cheeks.
今猛烈にたぎってる。頑張れるのかっこよさ、凄さ、強さを見せつける時が来た。
強さっていうのはやめといた方がいいと思う。
え、そうじゃあそれはなしとして、とにかく今すぐ立たせよう。
それについては了解。
じゃあみんな離れて。
We distance ourselves from Model 2 and scatter to the edges of the booth. After putting some distance between me and the robot, I input the crouch command. If it's standing, this command gets it to crouch. If it's already crouching, it stands up. Alright, do as you're told, buddy. Model 2 keeps its balance, extends its knees, and slowly stands upright. The view on my phone droid expands. The arena is totally packed with people. I can also clearly see over 10 other robots mid-performance.
おお、ナイスインパクトじゃ。カイト君、もっと胸を強調させてくれ。胸っちより我が社のロゴをな。
そんなモーションはないです。
I wish he wouldn't ask the impossible of me.
ミッチ、電源供給し続けてね。
Akiho then picks up a mic, jumps up onto the platform, and starts talking to the guests walking by in the aisle.
おじゃりまーせー。種子島ロボ部、これより始動します。確かに頑張れるをモデルにすることはこのタイミングじゃ良くないことかもしれません。でもうちらはそれでも頑張れるっていう作品のことが大好きです。うちらと同じ気持ちの人だけでいいから見ていってください。それとポケコンのイルオを通して見るとあっと驚く仕掛けがありますんで。
Akiho then clears her throat and pauses for a moment.
それではまずガンツクプロジェクトとは何かについてからお話ししましょう。ガンツクプロジェクトは今からおよそ9年前我がロボ部を設立した人がつけたプロジェクト名です。もともとは実物大ガンパムを作ろうプロジェクトでした。でもその後当時ちょうど放送中だったガンバレルをモデルにするよう変更しまして、実物大ガンバレルを作ろうプロジェクトになりました。ここに立っているのは実物大ガンバレル試作2号機です。思えば完成までは長い長い苦難の道のりでした。最初は同好会からスタートし、設立時の部員はたったの一人で。
アキちゃん、その話長くなる？
Two guests had stopped to watch Akiho when she got up on the platform, but they quickly left after getting bored.
とっとと動かしちゃおうよ。
でもやっぱうちらの愛と勇気と栄光の奇跡を語った方がインパクト出るって。
出ないよ、まったくね。
まったくインパクトになっとらんぞ、アキホちゃん。
And what does she even mean by tale of love and courage and glory? That sounds so corny. After looking dejected for a moment, Akiho quickly regains her composure.
まずはパフォ ーマンスで見せるってことだね。じゃあ
Akiho holds up the mic again. She poses exaggeratedly like Mr. Pleiades would, then shouts orders at Model 2.
前進せよ。
So that's how we're doing this? Got it. After receiving Akiho's instructions, I quickly input the advanced command. Model 2 walks forward. To the guest, it should look like the robot followed Akiho's orders. Well, if there was an audience, that
続い
is.
てガンツクツ90度ターン。カニ歩き。
Despite taking it apart and reassembling it, Gunbuild 2 moves smoothly just like it did when we tested it on the island. The electric motor gears are loud, making it significantly noisier than the hydraulic motors in the other robots, but that actually has the effect of making our robot sound more powerful. And indoors, the effect is markedly increased. People slowly begin to gather in front of our booth, perhaps drawn by the loud noises. I figured people would stop to look once our robot got moving.
パパ、このロボかっこ悪い。
そうだな。またルーノ社のロボットを見に行くか。
Hey, come on now. Talk about straight to the point.
かっこ悪いとか言ってるそこの子。
Akio starts talking directly to the little kid. Should she really be doing that? Maybe I should stop her. I look to Michi for help, but our delinquent teacher has his hands full just holding the transmission gun.
騙されたと思ってイルオでうちらのガンツクツを見てください。そこに本物のガンバレルがいます。
ガンバレルなんて子供の教育に悪いじゃないか。見せられないよ。
わあ、本当だ、ガンバレルがいる。かっこいい。
The father refuses to do as told, but the little boy pulls out his phone droid, takes a look, and starts cheering.
たかし。
だってパパ、すっごいかっこいいよ。ちゃんとガンバレルだし、動いてるし。
This is the first positive reaction we've gotten from the audience all day.
ガンツクツ、撃砕第一から元気一発をお見舞いして。
According to Akiho, these are Model 2's ults, special motions programmed into the robot. She wants me to link them into a super combo. I guess she's not holding any cards back. Akiho's totally on cloud 9.
いいけどね。
The only person in the crowd enjoying himself is a little boy. But regardless, he's our first real guest we've gotten on our half-year journey. So while he may be only one person, I want to make sure he goes home satisfied. The special motions require more inputs than the basic ones, so the timing is a lot harsher. Up until the very end, Juna was never able to do it. But she's an amateur. I'm the man ranked second place in the world at Kill Ballad. I can do command inputs like this with my eyes closed. No biggie. I tap the buttons at high speed. After receiving the command, Model 2 begins to move. It's not just walking. Geki Saidai Ichi is a karate kata that Juna's been performing since she was a child. All we cut from the kata were the kicks. Model 2 turns to the left defensively and transitions into a front punch. It then turns to the right and repeats the motion. After omitting the kick, it performs an elbow strike, sweep, and another front punch. It follows those motions up with 2 left and right punches. This entire sequence of movements is registered to a single command. Even the Zanshin stance, while slightly awkward, is reproduced faithfully. It's apparently a fairly basic kata, but super impactful when a giant robot performs it. The punches in particular have a lot of force behind them, leading the boy and the audience to cheer in excitement. Once I've input a command, I can relax until it's time for the next one, so I take a moment. I look over at the father and son. The father, who had been so negative about gun barrel, is now looking at Model 2 with his son, eyes glimmering. He kind of reminds me of Akiho's old man. The same guy who had his two daughters inherit his love for robots and anime. In a way, he's the reason that Model 2 exists at all. Some adults never stop loving robot anime no matter how old they get. Seeing this father and son follow the robot's movements together is heartwarming. I can't help but smile. It's funny. I was so annoyed at how that dude threw the bottle earlier and made fun of our work. But now, well, right now, I genuinely just want these two to enjoy themselves. Geki Sai Dai Ichi is almost over, so I input the Blaster Spear command after watching my timing. This is Model 2's most showy move. In the anime, Gunbarrel sorties and then does its signature pose in front of the enemy. This motion basically represents Gunbarrel itself. Akiho pushed hard to get this programmed into Model 2, saying that anyone would get hyped up after seeing it. Akiho shouts into the mic as Model 2 moves along. She even copies its poses. Akiho's movements are totally synchronized with Model 2. But she's not the only one. Both the father and son are posing as well. Model 2's special motion comes to an end, accompanied by Akiho's cry. Our first real guests take a commemorative photo afterwards. They grab a copy of the production journal and leave with smiles as we wave and see them off. Akiho comes running over to me with a big smile and goes for the high five. I grin and respond in kind. We're still not getting many visitors. We're on the edge of the venue, so most guests end up going to the major centerpiece exhibits. I would say out of the 100,000 expo visitors, we got about 500 guests who dropped by to take a look at Model 2. But you know what? The expo has only just begun. We just gotta keep moving forward, one person at a time. We knew from the start that we wouldn't be able to win against the high-budget bots from the major companies. That's why we just have to slowly and steadily crawl along. I mean, winning the Grand Prix might be a little difficult, but the fact that we're standing here at all is a miracle in and of itself.
はい、私は今東京お台場にある万博アリーナに来ています。
Reporting an update for the spread of the Kimijima reports. As of February 26, 2020, 79% has spread worldwide. Total completion 16%. Spain passed 80%. Finland passed 70%. Japan completion passed 30%. Attention, currently performing at booth R29 via Tokyo Expo Odaiba Arena. Please stop by. Either way, I think Lil Sinomiya is a better club president now. Today's News Evening 5 will be a special on the Tokyo Expo. Misaki Sinomiya from Exoskeleton Company will be appearing as a guest. If Misaka-san is appearing live on Fujisan TV, maybe she'll be at the Odaiba venue. I heard at the X-Ski booth, but they are having a special demonstration in the afternoon today. Breaking news, X-Ski booth is hosting a special demonstration in the afternoon. Maybe Misaki-san herself is riding Sumeragi at the special demonstration. What? Is it true that Misaki-san might appear at the expo venue? Raw Misaki-san. Drools must go. We finally get to see her real position as a test pilot, and seeing it live. Sounds like Misaki-san is doing the special demonstration. Misaki-san is coming to Odaiba. It appears that Misaki-san will be at the X-Ski booth at the expo today. Right now, that Fujisan TV is interviewing Tanigashima Robot Club. This Akiho Sinomiya girl, isn't she Misaki-san's sister? She was the runner-up at last year's Robo 1. What? Akiho Sinomiya-chan is participating in the expo creating a giant robot. I thought I heard their name before. They're from RO41. It was sad that they were not in 42, but didn't think they would be at the expo. They were Central Tanegashima High Robot Research Club officially at Robo 1. Wonder why they shortened their name. It was too long? Misaki-san is beautiful, but Akiho-chan is cute. She doesn't have the same vibe. It felt right calling her Chan. Her responses are so pure, a high school girl. The rumors are that Misaki Sinomiya is coming to Odaiba. If so, then both Sinomiya sisters will be there. This is a chance to see the Sinomiya sisters together, not the time to be eating.
開幕から5日目を迎え、平日にもかかわらず大盛況の東京万博ですが、今日はこの巨大ロボットの祭典ともいえるお台場会場で初々しい才能を羽ばたかせようとしている現役高校生をご紹介しましょう。種子島ロボ部の部長を務める瀬宮明穂さんです。こんにちは。よろしくお願いします。
The pretty reporter points her mic at Akiho, who stiffens up immediately. Is she going to be able to answer her questions? I'm watching from a distance, and quite frankly, I'm concerned. This is a live broadcast. It could be shown on Tanegashima right now.
種子島ロボ部は今回の万博に一般参加枠で出展しており、しかも制作者は唯一の現役高校生なんです。すごいですよね。瀬宮さん、どうして巨大ロボットを作ろうと思ったんですか？ロボットになるのが夢だったからです。
Calm down.
そうなんですか。種子島ではロボット開発は盛んなんですか？宇宙開発の方では有名ですが。盛んじゃないです。よく笑われたりしたし、部員も今じゃ2人だけだし、それでも協力してくれる人はたくさんいました。日本人はやっぱりロボットが好きなんだと思います。なるほど。東京万博に実際に参加してみて5日目ですが、手応えはどうでしょう？まだまだこれからです。グランプリ取りますから。うわあ、大胆な宣言が飛び出しましたね。これは期待できるかもしれません。さあ、そんな瀬宮さんですが、お姉さんは今メディアから引っ張りだこのエグゾスケルトン社の瀬宮美咲さんなんですよね。今日その瀬宮美咲さんが会場を訪れてデモンストレーションを行うことになっていますが、
That's the first Akiho or I have heard about that. Akiho flashes me a puzzled look. I don't have an answer for her. I only just heard it myself, and I'm surprised too.
お姉さんは明穂さんにとってどんな人でしょう？今日ここに来るんですか？ええ、そうプレスリリースにありましたよ。お姉ちゃんがここに。はい、
The reporter glances over at the man who seems to be her director, and then looks back to the camera.
とっても楽しみですよね。もしかしたら姉妹で共演もあるかもしれませんよ。では CM を挟んで世界各国の巨大ロボットたちをご紹介します。
One of the assistants yells, entering commercial break. The reporter's smile morphs into an expression of relief.
びっくりしました。ちょっとハプニングみたいになってしまいましたね。驚かせてしまってごめんなさい。お姉さんのこと聞いていなかったんですね。はい。本来は種子島ロボ部のロボットを紹介する予定だったんですが。
The reporter and director draw close to each other and quietly discuss something. Their conversation ends quickly, and the reporter offers Akiho a smile and a
では
handshake.
瀬宮さん、ご出演ありがとうございました。取材はこれで終わりですので、それでは。
She forces a smile and, like an adult, offers a word of gratitude before trying to head to the next interview.
お姉ちゃん、瀬宮美咲は何時頃ここに来るかわかりますか？確か午後2時頃だと聞きましたけど。2時ですね。ありがとうございます。
In the end, the reporter flashes her a smile and dashes off to the next booth with her people. What a kind person.
カイ、お姉ちゃんが来るって。
Akiho's expression is even more tense than it was during the interview.
ああ、今日はなんだか会場内が落ち着きないなって思ったんだけど、それが原因だったのかもね。
会えるかな、これだけの人の中で。
ミサ姉が行く場所は決まってる。エグスケ社のブースだ。向こうが来ないならこっちから会いに行けばいいだけさ。これまではこっちが追う立場だったけど、今回は待ち構える立場になれるわけ。
We won't be able to have a leisurely conversation here, but we just need to meet up with her. If we do that, all the misunderstandings from constantly missing each other will be cleared up. At least I hope so. Akiho is still tense, so I put my hands on her cheeks and stir them around.
何を。
実の姉に会うだけなのになんでそんな緊張してるわけ？
だってまさか今日会えるかもしれないなんて予想してなくて。心の準備が。
Could she be more of a handful?
とにかくワンチャンを絶対に逃しちゃダメだ。いい？
わかった。
Today is going to be a crazy one. I look at my wristwatch. February 26, 2020, 11:14 a.m. Misani is scheduled to appear in less than 3 hours. Back and forth, back and forth. The floor beneath me sways back and forth according to the rhythm. The sound of waves faintly reaches my ears. In this dark, narrow room, I put on a black bodysuit. Like a membrane, it's thin and elastic. It sticks tightly against my bare skin. The cool feeling is pleasant. Then I realize that my body is hot, and I bite my lip. Without realizing it, I'm excited. Back and forth. The floor sways. The world shakes. Outside the small window is a sea of blue. No land in sight.
バイバン。作戦開始まで90分です。準備を。
了解。
Never thought I would get Wyvern as a call sign. I'm sure it was intentional. The same call sign was used in a certain robot anime long ago. A ghost that doesn't exist. A phantom with no substance. It might be unexpectedly fitting. I hold my helmet under my arm and open the watertight door of the room. I walk through a narrow passage toward the hangar. Exiting onto a catwalk, I look down at the giant black spider on standby below.
私が好きなのは白い機体なのに。
Back and forth. The world shakes again. The waves are high today. but that means nothing to me.
つまりモーターは油圧式じゃなくて油圧式でなので使っている数は電動の
Going on TV after this. Construction has finally come to an end. Depending on the weather on March 2nd, it looks like we can launch a rocket for the first time in 5 years. Akiho has been incoherent on the mic for a while now. She keeps messing up what she's supposed to say. That energy she had from the first day is long gone. The fact that Misani is coming here today has completely put her on edge.
モーターはどんなものを使っているの？
モーターは物
I hurriedly input a command and make Model 2 turn on the spot. Akiho notices the noise and stops talking. She looks over at me with a blank expression on her face. She doesn't even seem to have realized what she was saying. I shake my head at her in silence, and she comes to her senses.
企業秘密です
Good grief. What a handful. Since Akiho is busy working the mic, I gotta handle the laser gun and operate Model 2 at the same time. Michi only came on the first day. He's currently MIA. I really hope he's handling our housing problem. At least Mr. Candy shows up once a day. But all he does is watch the robot with a satisfied look for about an hour before leaving. So, aside from the opening day, it's basically just been me and Akiho running the booth and Model 2. Command inputs require both hands. The laser transmission gun also requires both hands to properly aim it. It's impossible to do both at the same time. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, I've had to use special commands a whole bunch. Once I input one of these commands, the robot moves by itself for about 30 seconds. I only input a command when Akiho gives the order, otherwise I'm holding up the transmission gun. I've never had to work this much in my life, but given there's nobody else here to do it, I have little say in the matter.
では最後にスーパーコンボを見てもらってパフォーマンスは終わりです頑張れるやっちゃえ
Normally, she would explain over the mic that Gun Barrel would be transitioning from a Geki Sai Daiichi to a blast of spirit. Did she even forget about that? This Misa-ni stuff must have really messed her up. Whatever, I'll just do as I'm told. I input the Geki Sai Daiichi command, immediately pick up the transmission gun from the table next to me and fire. Once Geki Sai Daiichi is about to end, I put down the transmission gun and input the next command. When the combo ends, Akiho will thank the audience for coming. Well, she's supposed to, but she doesn't. She's looking around restlessly. What's she doing? Come on, keep it together. It's when I'm about to warn her. I notice that it's not just Akiho who's so restless. Everyone in the audience is whispering a single name, almost like some big game of telephone. Misaki Shinomiya has arrived. The rumor propagates like a wave and spreads out amongst the throngs of people. Before long, the whole audience starts moving simultaneously. Not just the audience in front of our booth. The guests at the other booths are all heading in the same direction. There's little doubt that they're headed for the X-Key booth. Everyone's going to see Misa-ni. What should I do? Should we go too? But after my experience with the Sea of Flesh on the first day, I'm a bit wary. As for Akiho, I have no clue what she's thinking as she puts the mic down and dashes in the opposite direction of the crowd.
アキちゃん
ちょっと行ってくる
行くってどこへ
関係者エリアお姉ちゃんそ そこから出入りするはず。
Oh, I get it. She's trying to catch Misani before she goes to the X-Ski booth. Clever girl. I shut down the power after having Model 2 crouch down and quickly follow after Akiho. Eyewitnesses in the staff area say they saw Misani in the corridor. The staff area corridor is off limits for general visitors, so there's nobody inside, considering the only thing that separates it and tens of thousands of people is a single wall. The corridor itself is silent, creepily so, but that's convenient for us. We're able to spot Misani from afar. There's only one person other than us in here. That's right. She's right there. She has a sense of elegance to her even in the way that she walks. Her back is perfectly straight, like she's filled with confidence. There's no way me or Akiho would ever mistake her for anyone else. Nothing has changed since we last saw her on Tanegashima 7 years ago.
見ざれ
I too loudly yell out to her, following after Akiho. After hearing our voices, she slowly turns around. Misani is dressed in a tight white suit for use with a hug. It's the very same one she wears in the X-Ski commercials. The suit clearly exposes her natural body lines. It's kinda sexy, I gotta admit. The way she was walking alone down the corridor, helmet under her arm, looking like it could have been a movie scene. We're finally all together. Finally. It's been 7 long years since the day we said our goodbyes at the Tanegashima airport. The only contact I've had with her since then is when she called me last summer. And now that very same Misani is standing in front of me, the same one that never returned to Tanegashima.
お姉ちゃん
Akiho hasn't spoken to her in 7 years. I'm sure this reunion is especially important to her. I honestly figured she would run over and hug Misani, but Akiho does nothing. Maybe she's nervous. Since the two of us dashed over here, we're both out of breath. Given our attacks, neither of us can do much exercise. The both of us stop in front of Misani, breathing heavily. The whole time she just looks at us. She doesn't say a word. All three of us are just looking at each other in silence. Akiho is the first one to break the
お姉
silence.
ちゃん久しぶり
Akiho is clearly very emotional right now. She's looking at Misani as though she were an actual star, her eyes filled with tears.
お姉ちゃんがねえうちの顔覚えてるって姉妹なのにこんなこと聞くのも変だよね。あ一応毎年お正月にお父さんとお母さんとうちが写った写真お姉ちゃんに送ってるもんね。でも最後に会ったの7年前でしょ。あの時はまだ小学生で新築林だったから。ねえうちどう見違えた？お姉ちゃんみたく胸とかあんまり成長してないんだけどね。
ハキちゃん俺がいること忘れてない？
あいやぶっちゃけすぎちゃったかな。
The conversation ends there. Misani still hasn't said a word. Yeah, see, it's green. That usually means that I haven't seen it before, but I know I've seen some of these before. So it kind of is making me worried that it somehow didn't count or something. I don't know. She's been quietly listening to Akiho talk with a kind-looking smile on her face. She doesn't try to say anything. Her eyes are glued to Akiho. It appears as though she's giving her her full attention. But why isn't she saying anything? And why is she treating me like air? She won't even make eye contact with me. This is mean, even for her. Is this her sadistic idea of a reunion? Is she teasing me again? I hate this. I'm too old to let her get the best of me like that. Fine, I'll talk to her then.
ミサネ
I just happened to speak at the same time that Misani voices Akiho's name. Crap, what awful timing. Fine, I guess I'll shut up for now.
大きくなった
That brief comment is enough to wash away all the uncertainty from Akiho's face and put a smile in its place.
あのね、お姉ちゃんに話したいこといっぱいあるんだよ。いっぱいあるけど、あるんだけど、何よりもまず一番に伝えたいことがあって、お姉ちゃんが作ったロボ部がね、ここまで来たの。万博っていう世界最高の舞台にたどり着いたの。直前でロボ部自体はなくなっちゃったけど、うちらが出展したロボはお姉ちゃんが設計した頑張れるじゃないけど、それでもね、中種ロボ部イズムはずっとちゃんと受け継がれてる。お姉ちゃんが島を出た7年前から今ここにいるうちとカイの代までちゃんと受け継がれてるから。うちとカイとロボ部の歴代の部員のみんなと他にもいろんな人の協力があってここまで運んできたから。だからねえお姉ちゃん、うちらのロボット少しでもいいから見ていってくれると嬉しいな。うん父さんと母さんうん、お父さんなんか久々のロケット打ち上げが決まってすごく張り切ってるよ。
I'm getting impatient. I just want Akiho to wrap things up soon. With Misani right in front of me, I'm overflowing with things I want to say. It feels like I'm drowning in these feelings and won't be able to say anything. But regardless, there's one thing I absolutely have to tell her. Just the one, no matter what.
ミサネ
I half forcefully butt into the conversation.
俺水香さんから伝言を預かってるんだ。
My voice feels hoarse. I feel a throbbing deep inside my chest. I still haven't managed to get over it. No, it's not the sort of thing that should be so easily overcome and forgotten. Misani doesn't even attempt to look at me. I'm worried that she doesn't see me.
水香さんがミサネに会ったら伝えてくれって亡くなる直前にこう言ったんだ。ハグをプレゼントしてくれてありがとう。そのおかげで事故前と変わらない生活を送れたから感謝してるって。
I know I'm not reading the room. I know this isn't the right time. We've been waiting for this moment for years. I'm throwing cold water on that and making things awkward for everyone. I'm sorry, Akiho, but I had to get this out now.
ミサネ俺さ目の前にいたのに水香さんのこと。
アッキー
Misani abruptly interrupts me. Misani still has that smile on her face. I'm confused.
進路は決まったの。
Wait, what? What's going on? I don't get what's going on. What is Misani saying? My brain refuses to understand. Why did she just ignore me? I don't care if she literally ignores me. It sucks, but maybe she's just on edge because she has a demonstration coming up. But those were Mizuka-san's final words. That's the one thing I didn't want her to ignore. Misani would never do that. Mizuka-san was her best friend. She would never do that. Has she changed? All the bits of info I've gathered up until now, all the delusions, they all start to bubble to the surface.
なあミサネ、水香さんの最後の言葉だけはちゃんと聞いてくれよ。
I say to her expectantly, "Look at me, Misani. You need to accept Mizuka-san's words."
なんでこっちを見てくれないわけ？ミサネ！
見つけたぞ。
Suddenly, a man's voice echoes in the corridor. Before we realize it, a single man is standing apart from us and pointing a handgun in our direction.
銃？
あいつ。
I remember that man's face. I saw him with Misani on the news before. I think he's Misani's boss. Sawada, Toshiyuki Sawada, a man connected to the Tavistock Institute. Seeing how he's pointing a gun at us, he must be trying to erase us. I glanced at Misani to check her expression. But she's not even looking at him. And not just Sawada. She isn't looking at me or even at Akiho anymore. Her gaze is fixed in another direction, and despite the situation, she still has that calm smile on her face. How is she so calm and composed right now? Is she okay with me or Akiho getting killed? Or is she in on all of this?
動くな。手を挙げろ。
はいお姉ちゃん。
Sawada holds the gun with both hands and carefully shuffles toward us. I feel like reality has suddenly vanished. Just moments ago we were celebrating our reunion with Misani, but now my heart is falling to pieces. In the distance I can faintly hear the various booth companions explaining their robots. The hustle and bustle of people, the jovial background noise. It's like another world over there. Am I really still in the expo arena?
手を挙げろと言っている。
Akiho looks like she's about to cry as she raises her hands. I bite my lip and do as told. The fact that this guy is Misani's boss means, well, it means my delusions aren't delusions. They're reality. All the things I had heard up until now.
もしこれ以上関わるならあなたはきっと後悔すること何にせよヤシオ先輩は今かなりまずい立場にいる気がする。
マスターは殺されました。
この世界はあんたらが思ってる以上に醜くて汚い。
Their words echo in the back of my mind. Was this what Mizuka-san's warning meant? Is this what she meant by ignorance is bliss? How Ko Kimijima was murdered? How Frau's mom was murdered? How important people around the world, even Mizuka-san, are being killed by out-of-control hugs? Has this all been carried out by Misani and her allies? If that's true, if that's really the case, I just can't.
君が彼らとつながっている。まんまと打診かれ。
I want to tear at my hair. What exactly is he talking about? Who's he saying that to? It can't be Akiho. She doesn't know anything about the conspiracy. I never told her. In that case, Sawada's talking to me. the one who spread the Kimijima reports around the world. But I don't understand a single bit of what he's saying.
何を企んでいる？君の本当の狙いは何だ？答えろ、セノミヤ。
Sinomiya? Not me? There's no way he means Akiho. The only other person here with the name Sinomiya is... I nearly jumped. It felt like my heart was about to come flying out of my mouth. Misane's been completely silent since Sawada showed up. Until now. And she's still smiling. She still wears that welcoming smile despite a gun being pointed at us. She stands totally, calmly.
ロケットの打ち上げはまだ？
リサ姉、何言ってんだよ。
I can't help myself. I just don't understand any of this. It's like Misani is a totally different person. The Misani I loved and respected is no longer there. The right stuff inside of her is gone. I don't know if my words reached her, but the smile nonetheless vanishes from her face. She turns and faces Sawada silently.
動くなと言ったはずだ。や
めて。
Sawada's gaze and gun are pointed straight at Misani. Not me, not Akiho, Misani. Shouldn't he be pointing the gun at me? I'm the one who released the reports to the world. The inside of my head is a mess. Both Misani and this man are from the Committee of 300. They're comrades. So why? Misani bends her lips slightly. Those words. Misani takes a single step toward the man. She makes no sound. Her movement is inhuman. Without any prep, she just suddenly starts sprinting.
動くなと。
She's dead. Misani is dead. She took that bullet straight on. And yet... Misani slips by Sawada as if nothing had
だ
happened.
から当たったはず。
Did he miss? Is that even possible at point-blank range, and with such firm aim? There isn't a single drop of blood on the floor. Is she okay? Wait a second. How can Misani run like that without making a sound?
セノミヤ、取れ。
It's then that Akiho does something unexpected. She grabs onto Sawada's arm as he tries to shoot Misani in the back.
離せ。バカ。
I instinctively leap in as well. Without thinking, I tackle Sawada from behind. Knocked down, the gun falls from Sawada's hands. He tries to pick it back up, but I pull his leg from behind. He pulls me down, gets on top, and starts punching me. I cover my face with both arms and kick Sawada in the chest. I've got some distance. Without delay, I pick up the gun. I don't know how to use it, but I hold it with both hands and point it at Sawada. Still on his hands and knees, he looks up at me, frustrated. I glance around at my surroundings. There's no sight of Misani anymore. Akiho entered the passage leading into the expo arena, chasing after her.
一体何がどうなってるんだよ。セノミヤ、止めろ。うるさい、動くな。
Suddenly, a lonely melody resounds throughout the venue. The moment I hear it, my hairs stand on end.
ごめんか、ごめん。
It's just like that time. It's the same nursery rhyme that played when Mizuka-san's hug went out of control.
このままだと君島レポートの通りになるぞ。
What the hell is going on? Everything that happened in Tanegashima, everything happening here in
Stream
Odaiba,
elements.
it's all starting
Said,
to connect.
Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
I have a bad feeling about this, but with Sawada glaring at me, I can't move. Akiho, Misani. I can hear Kagome in the expo arena. People in the audience look down at their phone droids, wondering what's going on. But I have no time for that. How can I describe what I just saw? Wearing a tight white bodysuit, just like the ones a robot pilot would wear, Misa makes an incredible leap the moment she exits out into the expo arena. It's a leap beyond human capabilities. She probably travels around 5 meters. She glides through the air, flying toward the X-Key booth crowded with people. I chase after her through the aisles, desperately crying out for her to wait inside my mind. But it's too difficult to move forward. The aisles are filled with people. Some are just standing there wondering what's going on after seeing Misa fly overhead. While it's not as bad as opening day, the place is still jam-packed. I run and run and run. I bump into people. I fall over. I get up again. The cycle repeats over and over again. I can't reach her. I can't catch up. Just when I thought I would finally caught up with her, just when I thought I had finally stood shoulder to shoulder with her, she slips away again. She flies past me. I reach out but can't touch her. My lungs hurt. I can't catch my breath. I shout out, but my voice is drowned out by the thunderous applause. I crash into a large, well-built man and fall over onto my backside. He asks me if I'm okay and offers me a hand, but I push him aside and look up. There's a large monitor attached to the venue's ceiling. The reporter who interviewed me earlier is on screen. She's filming at the Exoskeleton Company booth. On screen, I see Misa swoop down, almost like an angel, or at least that's how I imagine her. I can't hear her voice, but I can tell that the reporter is excited. The audience mistakes her fantastical appearance as part of the demonstration, greeting Misa with thunderous applause. However, Misa looks at nobody. She just leaps into the spider-like hug. Misa slips into what appears to be the control module of the robot. Even though the big screen, I can tell that Sumeragi has been activated. Its giant black body begins to stir. The spider jolts awake. Each of its sharp 6 legs begin to wriggle on their own. I can hear massive cheers even from where I'm standing. Exoskeleton Company Hug Test Pilot. That's what Misa's official title, her real occupation. She only started doing PR work after she gained attention as a test pilot. So having her pilot a concept model like this at a venue like the Expo is a dream situation. People are hyped. Sumeragi's noises can't be heard over the cheering of the crowd. However, as far as I can tell through the giant monitor, it's both fast and smooth in how it moves. In my head, I always pictured 6-legged robots as being unwieldy and slow. I guess I was just being silly. It skitters along the floor just like a spider would. Sumeragi smoothly makes its way across the booth, and soon raises one of its legs up high. After extending upward, it easily reaches a length of about 7 meters. Then immediately afterward, the leg forcefully whips downward. It tears right through the booth's partition. This thing is crazy strong. Those partitions are made of really hard resin, yet it tore through it like paper. The entire venue stirs, then falls into total silence, but only for a moment. Screams immediately follow and panic ensues. A wave of people try to distance themselves from Sumeragi. People fall over each other, causing more screams and angry shouts. The cameraman shooting the footage must have been knocked down. The screen only shows the legs of people fleeing. From amidst the throngs of screaming people, things that resemble missiles fly into the air. They spew smoke as they fly at terrifying speed like snarling fangs. They collide with the torso of the Conda Company's giant robot, Achillissimo. Scarlet-colored fumes rise from it. The shockwave blasts through the inside of the expo arena. Booth walls and people are blown over. Pamphlets rain down from the sky like snow or ash. Did Misa shoot that? Did those missiles come from Sumeragi? That means it's loaded with live ammo. But why? This is the expo arena, not a battlefield. Why would it be loaded with live rounds? Was this the intent from the very beginning? Is this another incident like what happened to Mizuka-san and her hug? Or did Misa plan this? I don't know, and I refuse to accept either option as a possibility. Regardless, nobody can stop Sumeragi now that it's moving. All of the people in the venue are scrambling to be first to escape outside. The robots on display have been left behind, abandoned. The only robot moving in the building is that black giant spider. It crawls along on its 6 legs, knocking down booth walls and tables one after another. The defenseless robots have their legs swept from under them before getting smashed by the spider's sharp legs. A missile pod emerges from its torso and unleashes a barrage of guided missiles with a thunderous roar. This is a massacre. It's a one-sided massacre. The best robots from around the world are being murdered. It's a banquet of madness. Unable to fight back, these adorable, amazing, and cool robots are being reduced to scrap. I stand frozen in place as I hold my head. Another one bites the dust. This time it's the Runo Company's giant robot. It gets caught in the evil clutches of the giant spider and is subsequently murdered. What's going on? Misa would never do this. I know she wouldn't. But for now, I have to stop this spider. If I don't, the other robots won't make it out alive. I run to the Tanegashima Robot Club booth. Most of the people are flooding toward the exits to escape, so our booth is totally deserted. It's then that a missile soars overhead. It collides with the expo arena's wall and explodes. The entire building shakes violently. I can't help but stagger and crouch down on the spot. The roof collapses, causing dust and rubble to splash into the air. I shout out and wipe my tears, then run toward Gun Build 2. Despite the chaos, our robot is still crouched down. It's not damaged. Nothing's broken. I look around for any sign of Kai, but it looks like we got separated in all of the chaos. I take out my phone droid. I also have the kill ballad system installed. I turn on the power, awkwardly input a command, and watch as Gun Build 2 stands up. I have no idea how long the battery's going to last. It's impossible to operate it and transmit power at the same time. Without constant power from the laser beam, it'll stop moving after about 3 minutes. But even still, there's not a moment to lose right now. It has no way of fighting. Its performance is nothing compared to the spider's abilities, but I'm the only one here who can do this. I feel eyes on my back. I can also hear the sound of a low-frequency engine. It sends a chill down my spine. I turn around. My vision is blocked by the booth wall, but I can feel the spider wriggling around behind it. I glance at my phone droid's monitor in order to see Gun Build 2's field of view. There it is. The Sumeragi, with Misa on board, is approaching the booth wall. I brace myself. The spider's talon-like leg comes tearing through the booth wall. Its form is revealed through the opening in the wall. I'm scared. Is she chasing after me? Is Misa trying to kill me? Why would she do this? My legs tremble and I nearly sink to the floor. I'm so scared that I'm in tears. No, you can't back down now. Fight. You have to protect the other robots. You have to fight and stop that spider no matter what. I pull back and begin to input a command into my phone droid. Advance. 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 Gunbuild 2 approaches the spider. It has the advantage in height, but the spider is fairly short, so I doubt a punch from Geki Sai Dai Ichi will connect. But I have no other means of attack. I don't care if it's just for show, as long as it stops Misa, as long as it stops that spider. But unfortunately, inputting the command is difficult. Nervousness and panic make my fingers shake. I can't get it right. It's like my fingers aren't my own. Sweat from my brow drips into my eyes. I can't help but close them in pain, and before I know it, I'm trembling. It's then that the spider makes its move. It slowly raises its body. Supported by 4 of its legs, it lifts its other 2 up like a praying mantis. To make matters worse, the legs have what appears to be sharp blades installed inside of them. They have a faint gold glow to them. Gunbuild stands still within the range of those terrifying blades. I feel a dull pain run deep inside of my chest. It feels like an icy hand is gripping my heart. It squeezes tightly. This is a sign of an attack, but I don't have the time to be worried about that right now. I have to do it. I have to get the command right. If I don't, Model 2 can't move. I know all that, and yet the inside of my head is white. All I can do is hold the phone droid like a fool.
それはロボ部の魂がこもったロボットなの。
It's filled with the hopes and feelings of everyone who has worked on it, including Misa. My single-minded dream to catch up to my sister, even if it meant throwing Tanegashima away. That's why. The spider's blades glimmer. They cut through Gunbuild's torso from both sides like scissors. Gunbuild 2's upper body shakes and leans forward. It makes a terrible sound, like iron twisting. Its body then falls over onto the spider. The impact crushes the spider into the ground before stopping. Misa. I rush over to the spider. I slip between its legs and crawl onto the torso. Somewhere, there must be a switch or something to open the pilot hatch somewhere. It's not long before I find what I'm looking for. I press the button and the hatch slides open, accompanied by the sound of compressed air leaking out. Inside is a unique standing cockpit. But unfortunately, even though I know I saw her climb inside, Misa is nowhere to be found. She had disappeared without a trace, as if she was never here to begin with. What? Without anybody inside of it, the venue looks like a battlefield. The rampaging spider hug stopped a few minutes ago, and with the sounds of destruction and chaos having faded from the expo arena, silence sets in. The giant robots that once stood proud in the building have been toppled over or destroyed. The colorful signs and booths from the exhibitors are covered in dust and grime. Large pieces of rubble and wreckage from the busted ceiling litter the showroom floor. Sitting in front of the wreckage of Model 2 and the crushed spider hug is Akiho. She looks like she's in pain.
アキちゃん大丈夫？怪我？
Her face is pale. She's clutching her chest and biting her lip.
まさか発作起こした？
Akiho nods slightly. A part of me wants to scold her for running too much, but now's not the time for that. I want to be here for her, but evacuating takes priority. Who knows when more of the ceiling could collapse?
捕まって
I turned my back to Akiho and crouched
お
down.
ぶってあげるから
Akiho obediently but weakly clings to my back. I make sure I have a firm hold of her before standing up. Now then, where's the exit?
お姉ちゃんないの消えちゃった
I glance over at the spider hug. The cockpit hatch is open. Misani is nowhere to be found. I would love to go looking for her right about now, but I wipe the idea from my mind and begin walking through the rubble.
お姉ちゃんガッツ靴をあ
I saw everything. The spider hug rampaged its way through the venue, sparing nothing in its path. Akiho booted up Model 2 in an attempt to stop it, but she was easily beaten. Misani destroyed the robot club's Akiho's robot. She showed no hesitation. She had no mercy. I never would have thought Misani to be capable of something like this. Misani loved robots more than me, more than even Akiho, but I don't have the time to think about that right now. I'm finally able to exit the expo arena with Akiho on my back. Outside, the throngs of people who evacuated have worried looks on their faces. It's a pretty huge crowd. I can hear the sirens of ambulances and fire engines in the distance. Looks like there are some folks with injuries. All over the place I can see people sitting and bleeding. There are also some folks lying down. But more importantly, something is weird. What exactly? Well, everyone is looking up at the sky as if we were all struck with the same idea.
空
Don't tell me a solar disturbance is coming, but that's not something you can see with the naked eye. I put Akiho down and look upwards at the sky, imitating everyone else. What I find is something beyond my wildest imagination.
なんだあれ
It's a building I've never seen before. Actually, I hesitate to even call it that. It's some kind of enormous pillar, maybe a tower, an obelisk. The thing has just suddenly appeared over the ocean in Odaiba. It's gotta be at least a few hundred meters in diameter. I've never seen something this huge before. It stretches far up into the sky, so far that I can't see the top. Heck, it might even reach space. It's almost like a space elevator. The thought of it falling down comes to mind, which is enough to send a chill down my spine. I recognize the strange design at the base of the pillar.
頑張れるの最終話で見たな。
The bits and pieces that got leaked to the net. Among the scenes, I remember there being a similar gigantic
グ
pillar.
ランドオベリスク
え
グランドオベリスクだよ。
Akiho is looking up in awe at the pillar piercing the
頑
heavens.
張れるの最終話そのままだ。
こんなの昨日までなかったよね。
Akiho weakly shakes her head.
あるわけないよ。だってアニメの中に出てくる軌道エレベーターなんだし、現代の技術力じゃとてもじゃないけど作れない。
じゃああれは一体どうやって。
How was it built? Or are you saying it fell from the sky? Did aliens or something drop it down into Tokyo Bay? I checked the news 30 minutes ago, but there was nothing about any pillars. How could so many nonsensical things have happened since seeing Misani? I'm losing my
なあ
mind.
ハキちゃん、頑張れるの最終話ってどんな話だっけ。
I'm sure it's hard for her to talk after getting an attack, but I can't help but ask.
軌道エレベーターのグランドオベリスクが太陽を砲撃して。
She explains, and her face begins to go pale as she realizes the correlation between what she's saying and reality.
地球は太陽爆発による太陽フレアで焼き尽くされて、敵もろとも壊滅を。
プロジェクトアテム。
The crowd begins to make noise. The grand obelisk starts shining ominously. On the surface, countless hieroglyphs pulsate, appearing and disappearing. The giant pillar almost feels like a living thing of some kind. A cold chill runs down my spine.
まさか本当に撃つつもりじゃ。
A strange sound begins to ring out around us. It's similar to the sound of the ground shaking, but the ground is completely still. The waves aren't choppy either. It's not an earthquake. Then is the grand obelisk making the air itself shake? The pillar begins to shine even more strongly. Right away, I grab a hold of Akiho and shield her. The warnings in the Kimijima reports. The leaked final episode of Gun Barrel. Is it all coming true? Is this what Project Adam is? As tens of thousands of people look on, the pillar stretching out into space burst with a flash so bright it can't be looked at directly, and the sky explodes into a rainbow of colors.
ここで予定を変更して緊急ニュースをお伝えします。先ほど午後2時50分頃、関東地方に史上最大規模の太陽嵐が到達した模様です。現在、関東地方全域であらゆる電子機器が使用不可能な状態となっているとみられます。太陽嵐には人体に深刻な影響をもたらす X 線も含まれている可能性があります。外を歩いている方はなるべく安全な場所に避難してください。こちらの映像は今からおよそ10時間前に NASA の太陽観測衛星ソーラーダイナミクスオブザーバトリーより撮影された太陽の様子です。 巨大な太陽フレアが無数に発生しているのがわかります。今回の太陽嵐は2015年9月や昨年11月に到達したものよりも大規模なものだと予想されます。日本だけではなく世界各地でも被害が出ているとみられます。そちらについても情報が入り次第お伝えします。今新たなニュースが入ってきました。消防庁の情報によりますと、東京都港区お台場地区一帯が崩壊し水没の危機にあるとのことです。太陽嵐との因果関係については現在のところ不明です。こちらはお台場に設置されたライブカメラの現在の映像です。首都高速湾岸線が完全に水没している様子が見られます。また奥に見える建物は東京万博が開催されている万博アリーナですが、屋根が崩壊しているのが分かります。お台場では東京万博が開催されており、今日も多くの来場者で賑わっていました。繰り返しお伝えします。今日午後2時50分頃、関東地方に史上最大規模の太陽嵐が到達した模様です。
バイバーン、作戦開始時刻です。
最終判断は GO。
了解。ハッチ開きます。
ワイバーンより各員、これより作戦を開始する。
Phase 11 Plasmasphere Transistor
東京、ニューヨーク、ロンドン、トロント、上海といった主要都市はいずれも大規模な停電が発生している模様です。また市民による暴動が起きている地域はロサンゼルス、リオデジャネイロ、カイロ、ヨハネスブルグ、アムステルダム、ベルファストなどで、
未確認情報ですが、ニューヨーク、東京、北京、ロンドン、パリ、ベルリンなど多くの都市でサービスロボットの暴走事故が多発しているとの情報が。
いわゆる君島レポートと呼ばれる告発文書によれば、今のこの状況では世界のどこでテロが起きても不思議ではないんですよ。各国の警察や軍は警戒を強める必要があります。
これだけ世界で同時多発的に混乱が起きるなんて、あの15年クラッシュでもなかったことですよね。最悪の場合、21世紀の世界大恐慌が発生する可能性もあり得るでしょう。
そもそもこれまで何度も太陽嵐は来ていたというのに、その教訓を全く活かせてないじゃないか。この国のお役人は一体何をやっていたんだ。
今回の太陽嵐到達による死者、行方不明者は現在のところ不明です。
NASA は太陽の異常活動において日本時間25日未明から本日にかけて計4度の声明を発表しています。太陽では現在 X クラスの猛烈な大規模フレアが最低でも439回以上発生しており、秒速 2000km 近い高速で強大な太陽嵐が順次地球に到達しているとのことです。昨日未明に観測された時点でアメリカ政府は速やかに各国政府へと情報は伝えたということですが、日本ではなぜその情報が事前に国民に周知されなかったのかについて山西官房長官は、誠に遺憾であり原因を究明すると述べました。次に、
はい、新宿駅からお伝えします。現在公共交通機関は全線が運休しており、駅の前は電車に乗れない人たちで溢れ返っています。駅員の方の話によりますと、ほとんどの電子機器は正常に作動しているのですが、一部で異常が発生したため、念のために全ての電子システムを点検中とのことです。復旧のめどは今のところ立っておりません。あと2時間ほどもしますと、仕事を終えて自宅に向かう会社員の方々が駅に殺到するとみられ、さらなる混乱が予想されます。
こちら汐留のライブカメラの映像をご覧ください。お台場方面から黒煙が上がっているのがお分かりいただけますでしょうか。 お台場には富士山テレビの社屋があるのですが、現在一切連絡がつかない状態です。またネット上の一部情報では、東京万博お台場会場で大きな爆発が起きたとの情報も流れており、テロが起きている可能性もあることから、お台場へ通じるレインボーブリッジは安全確保のため封鎖されています。首都高速湾岸線は全線通行止め、ゆりかもめ、臨海線、アクアライナーも全線運休となっています。ただいま情報が入ってきました。アメリカ政府は先ほど、クレイン副大統領が交通事故に巻き込まれ重傷を負ったと発表しました。詳しい安否については不明です。テロの可能性もあり調査中とのことです。
こちら東京世田谷区の多摩川河川敷です。見てください。空からたくさんの鳥たちが垂直に墜落してきます。川に落ちてものすごい水しぶきを上げています。危ない。これ離れないとまずいって。
松戸さん、聞こえますか？松戸さん。
I swallow my breath as I watch the chaos unfold around the world on TV. It's then that there's a knock at my door. It's not mealtime, nor is it time for them to check my temperature. Whoever it is, they're not a nurse. Then who? I woke up here a little under a month ago. During all that time, aside from the doctor in charge of me and the nurses, only Kaito Yashio-san came to visit.
どうぞ。
I timidly reply. Maybe my missing mom heard about me and is here to visit, especially after seeing all the chaos. I stare straight at the door, waiting for it to open. But no matter how long I wait, the door doesn't open. That's strange. I know I felt the presence of someone on the other side of the door when I heard that knock. Suddenly scared, I hide under the covers. I put the blanket over me and close my eyes. If someone comes in, I'll just pretend to be asleep. I don't want to see anyone. I'll be here alone forever. I don't expect anything from anyone. A terrible chill runs down my spine. My eyes are closed, but I can tell. Right next to my bed, there's someone standing there. They're not saying anything, but I can just barely hear them breathing. But when did they come inside? I didn't hear the sound of the door opening. It's only been a few seconds since I laid down in bed and closed my eyes. During that time, this person managed to open the sliding door, enter the room, and walk to the side of my bed. I want to open my eyes, but I also don't want to. I'm terrified. My body starts to quiver in fear. I clutch the sheets tightly. Who? Who is it? Why won't they talk? Why are they just standing there? I can't keep my eyes closed any longer. I have to see who's standing there. I have to. If not, my heart will keep beating faster and faster until it explodes. I know what I have to do. Slowly and cautiously, I ever so slightly open my eyes. After exploding into a rainbow of colors, the sky is back to its normal pale blue color. The radiance that seemed like it could engulf the entire world has vanished from the giant grand obelisk. It all happened so quickly that it felt a bit anticlimactic. After the largest solar disturbance in history hit, I was fully set for Project Atom to begin in earnest, after all. But I can't let my guard down just yet. We got hit just like the Kimijima report said we would. I checked Twipo and the news, and it looks like the world is in chaos right now. Wow, what is this? Odaiba breaking down. Aren't senpais in trouble? What is going on in Tokyo? Is the robot club okay? This is horrible. This has to be a lie. I'm fine. Hey, Odaiba is falling. Odaiba is dead. My husband and child are at the expo venue in Odaiba and I cannot get in contact with them. Someone tell me what's going on. Odaiba collapsing. Are you serious? Look at Odaiba with IRUO. Self-Defense Force announced they are scrambling F-15s from Misawa Base. Saw Odaiba through IRUO. It's a disaster. Can't even laugh about it. Why is Fujisan TV disconnected? Broadcast accident? Are the people at Odaiba safe? How many thousands of people do you think are at Odaiba? Can't believe this happened during the expo. That's why I said to cancel the expo. Who is going to take responsibility? What is that giant tower-looking thing? I can see a tower. It's huge. Is that tower thing real? Not an AR? It's the end of the world. What is happening? Why did it light up? What is that tower? It's the Grand Obelisk. It's a space elevator. Did the Committee of 300 make it? There's no way human science could create such a big thing. Odaiba is in trouble. Too unrealistic to have built so secretly. Has to be a mirage. But I really see it there. I do. This isn't reality. This isn't reality. My head is going crazy. It's the same as the anime, that leaked final episode. It scares me when I compare the final episode of Gunbarrel to what's going on in reality. Is the world coming to an end? Please, no. Odaiba has flooded. Misaki Shinomiya started the terrorist attack. She is crazy. Run. Run to a place where the solar disturbance won't hit. Looks like the Grand Obelisk. Grand Obelisk comes to life. The solar disturbance is here, just like it said in the Kimijima reports. The Kimijima reports were right. This isn't a trick. Odaiba is collapsing. Why didn't Kimijima-san tell us about this 10 years ago? Then this wouldn't have happened. Find the Committee of 300 and kill them. Someone call an ambulance. I am in Odaiba right now, but my phone droid isn't connecting. What are the police and army doing? Did the government, police, and army resign to the committee? What is that tower? Fujisan TV isn't showing up. Because of Odaiba collapsing, maybe Fujisan TV went down too. The tower lit up. Odaiba isn't collapsing. Over 1,000 planes in the air are now missing. The expo venue has gone down. A robot at the venue shot a missile and I ran for my life. It was like war. Thought I was going to die. Barely made it out. Got stepped on and fell many times running from the venue in a panic. That is the space elevator in the anime The Grand Obelisk. There is no way a tower from an anime is real. Why is everyone saying that Odaiba has collapsed? I am next to Fujisan TV, but did something happen at the expo? There is smoke coming from the expo venue. Loud noises too. I was about to be killed by Misaki-san. I am currently in Odaiba, but only one part of it has collapsed. I'm at Odaiba. The phone isn't connecting, but IRUO works. Please help me. Rainbow Bridge is closed. Young men are attacking the service robots. Solar disturbance, another blackout. All the signals are down. The robot from Exoskeleton Company went crazy. Fujisan TV is radio silent. The solar disturbance just happened. Everything is happening so fast. Looks like the US 8th Fleet is making an emergency dispatch. Minato, Tokyo is completely blacked out. Public transportation has completely stopped. Maybe it's weaker than last year's solar disturbance. My phone droid is fine this time. My phone is dead. Why didn't the phone company deal with this? The train stopped. They are announcing that they don't know when it will be back up. Can't do this. Can the solar disturbances just disappear? It's the ghost that lives in IRUO's fault. In Kawasaki, someone wearing the hug has suddenly attacked a pregnant woman. The ground is covered in blood. Not just Tokyo, the whole world is in chaos. If it's what the Kimijima report said, then the magnetospheric storm is going to hit and the world will end. Someone do something. NA, EU, the Middle East are all having disasters. Is it true that the private jet for the US president went down? The robots are going out of control again. The terrorist behind the November attack hasn't been caught yet, right? The robots are still moving. They are marching in the middle of the street in Shinjuku. So scary. I might get killed. The phone isn't connecting again. Damn it. Robot from X-Key is going crazy and killing the visitors. There is a chance that all service robots may go out of control. This is just the beginning, and only the beginning. After this, a magnetospheric substorm is going to hit. Then the world will end. I got a report from my sister studying abroad that another riot started on the west coast of the US. This isn't reality. It's just gossip. Gonna go sleep. A nuclear missile was discovered as a disguised rocket in Jiuguan, China. Jiuguan. All my lady friends are here at my house for some reason. Alright, I guess I'll go out. I don't want to go out in this confusing situation. I mean, why me? I shouldn't be eating pizza right now. Looks like there's a call for all the lab mims. Seems like Operation Leviathan is going to start. I'm going to turn into a super hacker and check out what's going on. To protect my wife and daughter, Daddy is going to try very hard. I'm irritated at the fact that I'm in America right now. I want to be in Japan, but there are no flights back. Plus, America is in a serious situation too. I hope my friends in Japan are okay. I would like to share a good luck charm you can say in times like this to anyone watching this. L. Psi Congru. It doesn't really have a meaning, but when you say it, it calms you down. Give it a go. The scale is clearly of a different magnitude from the one that hit Tokyo in November last year. If the Committee of 300 starts their terrorist plot now, there's nothing stopping them. Ko Kimijima's warning was right. He knew this would happen and gave us the time to prepare. But at the end of the day, there was almost no point in spreading the reports worldwide. It goddamn sucks. And it's true that I underestimated how bad this would get. I made the baseless assumption that the disturbance probably wouldn't arrive during the expo, despite Ko Kimijima constantly warning me otherwise. I treated the warning he gave his life for too lightly. Frau was right. I should have hidden on Tanegashima and prepared for all of this, terrorism and assassins included. I see Misani's smiling face in the back of my mind. It was the same kind smile that we saw whenever she was on TV. And yet, after finally seeing her after 7 years, that smile sends a chill down my spine. And that being said, it is 1800, friends, so that means it is time for us to end for today. We will be resuming this on next Monday unless something happens again, because you never know with life sometimes. Your grandpa might suddenly decide to fall or something. You need to go watch him. But barring any more incidents like that happening, which I can't see them happening 2 weeks in a row, we will be resuming that on Monday. We will be fishing tomorrow as our schedule dictates because the schedule is holy. Give me a moment to evaluate our raid options. Let's see who is on and who do we want to raid. We've raided Tangi this month, haven't we? I feel like we have, but I'm not sure. I feel like we have. Hmm. Let's see. Okay, there's one. There's one. They're playing The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. That's a fun game. So let's go raid them. Stay safe, friends, and maybe I will see you tomorrow. Here's the raid message.